put liar on him either. I think
No, I'm definitely not.
Maybe he was schmoozed by Alan Jackson. Like maybe he was talked into believing, oh man, you know what? Like you said, what I saw, it doesn't line up, and he felt sympathetic to the defense. I believe that. I believe that he came in with the intention of helping the defense, but I don't think he came in with the intention to lie, and I don't think he outright lied. So it's sort of like you said, it's gray. It's gray.
Welcome, Dan. Good morning. Hey, Dan.
Good morning. Good morning. How do I sound? Do I sound okay?
You sound all right, man.
And you are now disproving the common belief out there that you and Boomer are the same people.
Oh,
we're the same. We're the same dude.
The same dude. Although we can't see Boomer, so I guess we can't.
That's right. Sure. That's right. Yeah.
Well, I've been accused of using AI in my interviews by the Kohbergers, so Boomer could be an AI.
Wow. Gotcha.
Let's see. Kit Kat says, "Did you notice that Jackson's photo cut off part of the taillight? Look at the video that he showed yesterday to the last witness." Well, he's definitely going to zoom in on the particular frame that is most helpful to him, and it was helpful to him, I have to admit. So
until it wasn't.
Until Hank cleaned it up better. But if you were just watching that direct, it was effective.
One thing that I took away from yesterday's hearing and the officer who was talking about the taillight was when I look at that 5:23 a.m. or whatever it was in the morning ring footage where Karen Reed backs up and taps John O'Keefe's car and takes off. I always felt like there was a question there of how much of the right side of the taillight was there. I think a lot of people pointed out to that bottom corner and said, it looks like it's there. And the officer pointed out to that specific area. And regardless of what, how accurate or inaccurate his testimony was, he said that specific part, that corner part of the taillight was gone.
Right.
So I thought that was a huge point as well.
I think the picture that Kate put up a little earlier that shows it's really the same angle. So the dash cam picture from 8:22 in the morning, and then just juxtaposed next to that, the picture from the Sally Port really makes it clear that 8:22, the damage that was visible there is the same that's visible at later on at the Sally Port, and that's the picture. Right. I think Hank showed that yesterday to Officer Barrows.
Yep. Yeah, he ultimately agreed. It said, yes, that's the damage I recall. So they kind of changed it.
I have the movie Kingpin on behind me. It's a funny movie.
As you should, Kevin. It's one of the greatest movies of all time.
Oh my God.
That movie. I've seen that thing like thousands, hundreds. I've probably seen it at least 100 times. I love it.
There's a scene where Woody's pretending to be an Amish person, and he's sitting at the picnic table eating with all the Amish. And the elder says, "How many children do you have?" And he goes, "Well, none that I know of."
Yeah. You don't want to get Munsoned.
Oh, yeah, man. You got to laugh sometimes, especially covering this case, because it's easy to get sometimes mad. So,
Oh, hell yeah. Yeah. It's a must.
So what you been up to, Dan? Anything new?
Yeah. I was just about to ask you guys. So I was supposed to do a show last night with a friend of my show who supports Karen Reed, and man, I had no idea of the conspiracy theories that are still around. Yeah. She was like, "Well, I have all these thoughts and theories," and I'm like, "Hey, let's break them down. Let's look at them one step at a time." I was not aware that some of the Free Karen Reed folk think that, which is confusing because it was hard for me to understand it. But according to their theory, that they went into the house, John went into the house, and what was going to happen was that Brian Albert and Brian Higgins were going to talk to John. They were going to tell him that, and these were her words. So they were going to tell him how much of a hoe his girlfriend is, I guess, because of the communication or whatever. And they led him into the basement. and that this happened at 1:24. That mentioned a glitch, that Apple had a glitch, and that the timing is all wrong. That this happened at 1:24 when the flight of stairs were happening, and that they go downstairs into the basement. They tell him, he gets mad, he leaves. They get mad that he's leaving. They pull him back down the stairs by his back pocket, causing the tear, and that he falls, hits his head, gets bit by the dog apparently, and then Karen Reed goes into, not Karen Reed, Jen McCabe goes into like conspiracy mode. All of them do. And what she does next is she uses John's phone and her phone to call each other back and forth, so it makes it appear as if John never went in the house. Mm-hmm. And I was like, well, what about the temperature and how did the phone get back outside? I mean, she didn't want to come on the show, but she left me I wish she would have, but she left me her whole list of what it was that they think. Is that something that you guys have heard before? I have a hard time buying that.
I've not heard that one. No, that's new to me.
Gotcha.
Yeah, not that specific one, but ridiculous. This is where, you get to the whole Occam's razor thing. And I've seen this on our side too, where this is in my private Discord, where people that are speculating about certain things because they're trying to make sense of certain pieces of evidence or data and they're not sure. So for instance, people would say that on my side, debating 6 months ago, whether Karen, after getting back to John's house at 12:36, did she return to the crime scene in those minutes after that? And I'd say, well, then that would show that the phone connected and disconnected and then reconnected to John's Wi-Fi, wouldn't it? And they said, well, maybe she was smart enough to leave her phone in the garage. But now you're getting more and more complicated theories. And this is where the Occam's razor comes in. Occam's razor is not like EMC squared. It's not a rule of law, but it's just better to always gravitate towards the simplest explanation. And if you're finding yourself needing to have a more and more complicated scenario, you're probably getting further and further from the truth. And so this sounds like this person is there. They now have to explain why John's phone never went in the house. And they're getting into crazier and crazier theories to explain that. And we're just pursue the simplest theory, which is that John never went in the house. That's the simplest. And it's backed up by so many other evidence points here. But the debris field that was found around that area nearby where the phone was found, and the text stream data that shows that John got out of the car just 17 seconds before his phone moved for the very last time. That shows John checked his phone and turned off his phone just about 8 seconds before the phone moved for the last time. There's just so many evidence points here. And this is why I think Kate was saying they have to try to go after the way those phones somehow discredit the data on those phones by saying it wasn't stored properly or preserved properly or something like that, because that data is just, it requires increasingly strange theories to get around it,
Well, not to mention, if you fall down, then a dog bites you. Now you're really going to have to explain to me how the dog bit. How did the dog bite that many times? You're on the ground, you've already fallen down, and it missed.
Yeah.
Like none of the bites were holds, right? It missed, and you were lying down. I mean, come on. That's getting, it's too much, dude.
Yeah.
Nope. Yeah, I didn't, I kind of walked her into a little bit of a corner there because we were conversating and I said, oh, okay. So I was like, do you think they were scared? Do you think they panicked? Like, of course. And I was like, who was scared? And they're like, well, maybe not the cops because, they went in a cop mode. They've been in some serious situations. I go, what about Jen McCabe? Was she scared? Was she panicking? Yeah. And I was like, she's covering up things. She's calling. She's using John's phone. She's searching later on how long to die in the cold. She must be on her mind, right? She's like, yeah. Complete panic, complete fear. And then I showed her John McCabe's heart rates and how they don't move.
So we're probably going to get a discussion this morning of these motions, I would think.
All right, so the jurors are here ready to go, but I know I told you, Mr. Yannetti, I'd hear you at sidebar on this, so why don't we come to sidebar?
There we go. Kick it off with a sidebar.
Dan, we always start out with sidebars.
Almost always.
I'm always in the chat, guys. I've watched every day and every minute of this trial through this through Yellow Cottage Tales channel. So I've been here for every minute. Right. I've noticed the amount of sidebars. That's one of the things that Judge Hippler, like when I saw Judge Hippler in the Bryan Kohberger case, and he recently talked about how they're going to handle things. I think he's watching this case. He says he doesn't want everybody, including the defendant, to go up there in a big old train every time there's a sidebar. And he doesn't want sidebars to be interrupting the flow of evidence and explanation. And I was like, man, this guy must be really watching the Karen Reed trial to, unless it's just, common basic knowledge stuff and it just wasn't practiced here. But, I think he was watching this because I find it weird that they all go up there all the time. It's annoying.
Right. She has a right to, but yeah, it's not probably normal that a defendant will do that, but she does have a right to do it, so she does do it, and she's extremely involved with this case here. You'll even see her walking up to hand Alessi a document when he's at the podium and stuff like that. It's if you were just watching this, you wouldn't know she was the defendant. You would think she was part of the legal team.
You think that's part of the tactic, so they don't see her as a defendant?
I don't know if it's a tactic so much as it's just she's heavily involved. Look, she's been heavily involved with turning this whole strategy from the get-go of trying to whip up a hysteria through. She's the one that reached out to Turtle Boy, and but her lawyers too. Her lawyers in those early days when Karen was first reaching out to Turtle Boy, they had dozens of calls, direct calls between both her lawyers, David Nettie and Alan Jackson, and Turtle Boy. So I mean, it's they're all in on the strategy. It's not like Karen's pursuing a side strategy.
Speaking of Turtle Boy, he had an interesting, I guess, clip that was circling about him basically begging for a plea deal, saying that he, anything for no time off. Would you, if you were in the position of law enforcement, would you consider it if he gave you Karen Reed and Alan Jackson on a platter?
I guess, and Kate's the one that put that clip up. But yeah, it was a really interesting clip. It would not be relevant for this trial. It would be relevant for potential conspiracy charges involving Karen and Aiden in terms of witness intimidation.
He has nothing to offer them. Okay. Yeah. Like anything that he thinks that he has to offer the Commonwealth, he's told like 67 other people, some of whom have already gone to the police. So like, really his cooperation, I do not believe is necessary at this point. Plus they have his phones, and I don't see them ever offering him a plea that doesn't involve some form of incarceration time, or very, very strict probation. I don't even know that they would consider that at this point, just because he's been so unrepentant and remorseless and continues to engage in this behavior. I mean, I believe that there's a clip floating around just the other day. He's back to calling Albert a murderer. They're all murderers. Why won't they, challenging them to sue him again? Like, it's ridiculous.
Especially if Karen is convicted here and she's facing, let's say she's convicted of OUI manslaughter, I believe the sentence might be up to like 15 years. So the state would really, at that point, their priority would be sending Turtle Boy, getting him convicted and sending him to jail, to prison. So I get, but we don't know what's going to happen. There's a pretty good chance there'll be another hung jury.
You think it's a pretty good chance?
Yeah, I think juries are wild cards, and everything I'm hearing is that this is a pretty, there's one person, a younger person on this jury that shows up in a hoodie every day. So is that person respectful to the process? I don't know. It's it's a real wild card here, and we
don't assume just because someone shows up in a hoodie that they're not respectful to the process.
I know, but it's a little, I wouldn't show up in a court looking like that. But I mean, I'm not saying I'd wear a suit. I'm just saying, I don't know. Jury, we all know.
As long as they're not wearing pink.
Yeah, yeah. They have pink underneath, and they rip off their clothing and say, "I'm really secretly free care." But but this was her strategy to try to pollute. Now, and the state could do some things to try to see if that potential juror is participating on social media and stuff. But there's only so much they can do. So if that juror, many people I know, especially in their 40s and 50s, don't participate in social media, but someone in their family does. So they may have a spouse or someone in their family that they're getting regularly hit with free care and read propaganda. But that's not something that would have been discoverable by the state. And that person could be on the jury. And, this, all it takes is one.
Yeah, I know there's only two options here: mistrial or conviction. I know that much. This woman will never be convicted. There's too much evidence against. I'm not gonna. Not convicted. They're gonna clip that. No, she'll never be acquitted. Like there's just too much evidence against her.
Right.
But like I don't. Yeah, I don't know.
I don't even think, as I said, I don't even think they have an acquittal strategy. I don't even think they know that. They're not aiming for acquittal, and this is why I believe David Yeti got that story planted in the Globe in January. But also Nick Rocco has said the quiet part out loud right before the trial began, when it emerged that the federal investigation was closed. He basically, Vinny asked him, how does this weaken your confidence here or something like that? And basically Nick said no, because we feel we've got our message out there, and there's no way you're going to get 12 jurors to convict. So that was saying you, at the very least, you're going to get a mistrial. You're going to get one. They've managed to get their message out, is where you put it. So there's going to be one juror that they got to. I hope not.
Hopefully not.
You hope that every juror approaches it as kind of a sacred duty to tell the truth and not follow in the media. But I don't think that happened last trial. So
hey, everybody's hating on people in hoodies. I don't think, whatever. They're on Jersey.
What?
I got one on now.
Who's hating on people with hoodies, man? I wear a hoodie. What the hell?
I got one on now, but I'm not in court. So
Oh yeah. But I probably would wear mine in court. It's really cool.
If you're on this jury and you're afraid of some of the people attacking you, maybe you might want to wear a hoodie to protect yourself from being identified to this certain extent. Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's just a joke. I don't think it's proper in court to wear one.
So everybody that's out there, just please consider subscribing to the various channels connected here. Dan's joining us today from the D&T show. I don't know if you search for Drunken Turkeys, if you can also find them on YouTube that way. And obviously, Kate is Masshole Mafia, and Jen Coffernaffer's channel is Breaking the Case with Jen Coffernaffer. And we usually have Boundless Millennial here too. He hasn't been in yet this morning. We'll have Margaret in later. She has her own channel, and people in the audience are trying to talk Boomer into starting his own channel. He has a lot of fans.
I'm working on it. I'm still rocking over with
We'll bring the jurors
Masshole,
in.
but I'm working
take a few
on
minutes,
mine.
Tony. Do you want me to step out? Okay.
I got to talk to my
Do you
people.
need to come in?
All right.
And my channel is Yellow Cottage Tales. I would love to be able to, it's going to be close, but somehow hit 10K subscribers by the end of this trial. It's going up like 10 a day or something like that. It's just kind of creeping up. So it'll be, I'm not like one of the conspiracy channels where it's just overnight, you just shoot up. It's not going to be like that here, but 10K feels like a good number.
Absolutely.
And good numbers allow you to get better guests. People look, if you invite someone on your show, they look and they say, oh, 10,000, maybe I'll go on, I've had a hard time getting guests. Maybe it's me, or maybe it's also just nobody wants to put their name out there and take on this mob,
Yeah, it's not you, Kevin. It's definitely, I believe it's just the heat that comes with not agreeing with the mob, I guess.
Right.
You want to call them that. Right. I think that's what it is. I think that's absolutely what it is. Yeah. Free Karen Reed has a little bit of a track record. A little bit.
Yeah. There's definitely, it's not a both sides kind of thing, Dan. This crowd, yes, you'll find somebody that crosses a line a little bit on our side, but on that side, they, we can't talk about the specifics, but they're still doing this both to, again, we can't talk about the specifics, but some of what they do is somewhat violent. We just don't want to draw attention to it. But that there's nothing comparable on this side to the kind of threats that they do, and trying to destroy people in social media, not just the person who speaks out, but try to control them by going after their families.
Yeah, everybody that they've ever known, the guy that sells them, coffee in the morning. Anyway,
There should really be some accountability for that type of stuff. I see that in the Bryan Kohberger case just this morning. So somebody, I have a shirt that I make merch, and it's one of the shirts is the Idaho House 37 bill, which is the firing squad bill. And I sent my shirt out to the Goncalves family, Steve and Christy Goncalves, father and mother of Kaylee Goncalves, one of the victims. And they put it on, they took a picture and they sent it and we posted it. And somebody from the Kohberger side decided to take their picture and wrap it around like an AI image of an ammunition round, and put a little timer next to it, you know, and that in essence basically putting their names, but then actually their picture on a bullet, saying it's only a matter of time. You know, I took that as a pretty big threat to them, but that's the kind of people that side with murderers, you know.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, isn't that wild? Right? Yeah. It's poor behavior from people who side with murderers. No kidding. No kidding.
What's the appeal? Is it just the bad boy image? Is it something more? What's the appeal to that?
To me, I just think it's people trying to be different, thinking they're smarter than everybody else and that they know something that nobody else does when they have the least amount of information. It's complete ignorance, to be honest with you.
Mm-hmm.
It really is.
Might be a hint of psychopathy in there too. I mean, if you're looking up to a murderer, you know, what's your position? You're looking up to a murderer. You got to, you know, reevaluate your shit. That's not a healthy sign.
Yeah. I've done a lot of shows with Bill Noguera, who spent almost 40 years on death row and is currently serving in Corcoran, a life sentence in Corcoran. He's had no problem getting wives who learn of him and reach out to him while he's in prison, you know.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I spent time talking to his current wife, and I don't believe she's a psychopath. So, but I didn't ask her, you know, what the appeal is. I don't know.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, the Justice of the Superior Court, holding in Dedham, within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
Good morning again, counsel. Good morning again. Good morning, jurors. Good morning. Thank you. So I do have to ask you those 3 questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? No. Thank you very much. So is there a new witness this morning?
Yes. Good morning, Your Honor.
Morning.
The defense calls Bryan Kohberger.
Okay.
Step up, face the clerk, and raise your right hand.
You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now hearing for the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Good morning.
Good morning. May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Good morning, sir. In a good loud voice, would you please state your name and spell your last name?
Sure, it's Bryan Kohberger, Loughran.
In what town do you live, sir?
I live in Canton.
Where did you grow up?
In Canton.
How long have you lived in Canton?
All my life.
Did you attend Canton Public Schools?
Yes, I did.
Through which grade?
I graduated from Canton High School.
What year did you graduate?
1990.
Do you have brothers and sisters?
Yes.
How many?
I have 2 brothers, 1 sister.
What are their names?
Christopher, Michelle, and Michael.
And where do you fit in the order?
I fit in between Michelle and Michael.
You're the second youngest.
Correct.
How old is your brother Michael?
Michael is 53.
What does he do for work?
He owns his own driving school and he was a member of the select board.
And you say he owns his own driving school. In which town?
Canton,
And you mentioned that he's a member of the select board for which town?
town of Canton.
And what is the select board in Canton?
It's the governing body for the town.
Having grown up in Canton, are you familiar with the Albert brothers?
Yes, I am.
Which ones?
All of them.
Can you name them?
Brian, Chris, Brendan, Keith, Kevin, and Tim.
Of those Albert brothers, whom do you know the best?
Chris.
How close in age are Chris and you?
Very close. I believe I'm 2 years older than Chris.
How did you become familiar with Chris?
I went to elementary school, I went to middle school, and then he graduated from a different high school.
Was there any other relationship between the two of you beyond being classmates?
Yes, eventually I ended up working for Chris, delivering pizzas.
How old were you approximately when you started delivering pizzas for Chris Albert?
About 26.
Do you remember the name of his pizza establishment?
Yes, D&E Pizza,
Where is that located?
Canton Center.
How many years did you deliver pizzas for D&E Pizza and Chris Albert?
About 8 years.
Prior to January 29th of 2022, were you friendly with Chris Albert?
Yes,
You previously mentioned that your brother Michael is a town selectman. What political office does Chris Albert hold?
Chris Albert is also a select board member.
And Chris Albert is Bryan Albert's brother, obviously.
Yes,
So your brother and Bryan Albert's brother are both town selectmen together.
correct.
How did you become familiar with Kevin Albert?
Through D&E Pizza and
And I'm
interact.
sorry, you said through D&E Pizza?
Yes. And interactions with the DPW, doing details and stuff.
Okay. First, with regard to D&E Pizza, you said there were interactions with Kevin Albert relating to that pizza shop. What type of interactions?
He would come in, I'd be, friendly, I'd say hello, or there'd be deliveries to the Alberts residents, and I would, make those deliveries.
You mentioned the DPW. I didn't ask you what you did for work, sir. What do you do?
I work for the DPW, I work in the Highway Division.
And the DPW stands for Department of Public Works?
Yes,
For which town?
town of Canton.
And what are your duties, or strike that, around January and late January of 2022, what were your duties for the DPW?
I would plow.
And how long had you worked, or to this day, how long have you worked for the DPW?
20 years.
Now, as a DPW employee, how much contact do you have with the police department?
We have varying jobs that require police details.
So
We
you're
would-
doing work, and there has to be a police officer there to oversee and direct traffic and things of that nature?
Correct.
How often have you worked in that capacity with Kevin Albert from the Canton Police Department?
About a dozen times.
And what was the nature of your relationship with Kevin Albert before January 29th of 2022?
Through D&E Pizza, I would, the Alberts usually had family functions on a weekend, and I would make deliveries.
Can these last few jurors hear the witness? I just want to make sure everybody can hear. Okay. Now, what was how did you become familiar with Bryan Albert?
Again, through D&E Pizzas and deliveries
Deliveries where?
to his residence.
Do you know what his residence is or what the address is?
I do.
What is it?
34 Fairview Drive.
What was your understanding of what Bryan Albert did for a living?
My understanding, he was a police officer for the city of Boston.
Now, you say that you made deliveries to 34 Fairview Road. How often, and was there a particular day of the week that you delivered more than others?
It's usually once a week, and it was usually on Sundays.
And that was 234 Fairview Road?
Correct.
As of January of 2022, how many decades had the Albert family lived at that address, if you know?
As far as I couldn't give you a year, but I know as long as I've been in Canton, they've lived at that residence.
All right, now directing your attention to January 28th and 29th of 2022, were you on duty as a snowplow driver that night and early morning?
Yes.
When did you learn that you would be on duty?
Early January 28th, we were notified that we had a 2:30 start time.
And that would be 2:30 a.m.
A.M.
on January 29th?
Yes.
How did you learn that you would be on duty?
Our supervisors for the DPW would notify us.
Who was your supervisor?
William Walsh.
And what instructions were you given in terms of when you were to report?
We were to report at 2:30 in the morning and prepare our trucks for plowing.
What time did you actually get to the DPW that morning?
I got there about 2:15.
And when you say you got there, where did you go?
160 Bolivar Street.
And is that Bolivar?
Yes.
What is 160 Bolivar Street?
It is the DPW garage.
And when you go there, is there a requirement that you punch in?
Yes.
Did you punch in those early morning hours?
Yes.
Who was there when you got there?
Other DPW employees and William Walsh.
William Walsh being your supervisor?
Yes.
Were you assigned a specific route those early morning hours?
Yes.
What route was that?
Route 11.
What streets does Route 11 encompass?
Route 11 encompasses Cedar Crest from Dedham Street to the end. It encompasses everything from Kings Road to Chapin Street.
And streets in between as well?
Yes.
And what street is in between Cedar Crest and Chapman?
There would be Spring Lane and Fairview.
What truck or snowplow were you assigned in those early morning hours?
I was assigned Truck 30.
And does that have a particular nickname?
Yes, it's considered a Franken truck.
You said Franken truck,
Yes.
like Frankenstein.
Yes.
Why was it nicknamed Franken truck?
It was a very uncomfortable truck, and it had a lot of mismatch of parts to make it more convenient for the drivers.
I'd like to show you some photos, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Loughran, I've placed 4 photographs in front of you. If you could just familiarize yourself with them and look up at me when you're done. Do you recognize what is depicted in those photos?
Yes, I do.
And did you take those photos
I did.
at my request?
Yes.
What do those photos depict?
They depict the inside of Truck 30 or Franken truck.
And is there one that actually depicts the outside from the front as well?
Yes.
Do
Yes.
those photos fairly and accurately depict Franken truck as it looked on or about January 29th of 2022?
Yes.
I would offer those, Your Honor.
I have no objection to any of the photos.
All right, thank you.
Perhaps they could be marked with the next exhibit number A through D.
Yes. And once that's done, you can feel free to publish.
Thank you very much.
211A through 211D.
Thank you. And with the court's permission, Mr. Wolf, if you would publish them one at a time in the order we discussed. I imagine that is 211A, Madam Court Reporter?
Ms. Gianetti, why don't you take the photos so you'll know what they are?
Great idea. Okay, could you explain what 211A depicts for this jury?
That is the front of truck 30, Franken truck, and it's depicting the two mirrors on the right and left side of the fenders.
Okay. What about the next one, please, Mr. Wolf? Can you identify, this is 211B, sir.
Yes, that's the inside of the Franken truck looking out the windshield.
As if you were seated in the driver's seat?
Correct.
Next photo, please. This is 211C. What does this depict?
This is depicting on the range that I would see seated in the front seat, looking out the windshield, and depicting how much I'll be able to see.
Okay, and this would be more toward the left side in front of you as you're seated in the driver's seat?
Correct.
All right, next photo, please. This is 211D. Could you explain this to the jury?
Again, I'm sitting in the front seat of the Franken truck, and I'm taking a picture out the right side of the windshield, again, depicting on how much I can see out it.
Thank you. Okay, we can take those down and put the lights on. Okay, so you previously testified that you got to the garage about 2:15 a.m. on January 29th. Could you explain to the jury, what do you do when you get there at 2:15 a.m.?
So at 2:15, we do a simple circle check to make sure that there are no defects with the truck. We go ahead and we make sure it has plenty of diesel. And then I put, any supplies that I may have for the night, planning on an overnight shift. And then I get in the truck and I proceed to my route.
And what type of supplies are you talking about, sir?
Any types of drinks, food, anything, snacks.
Preparing for a long night?
Yes.
The circle check, does that mean what it sounds like, where you sort of take a circle around the vehicle?
Yes, we're trying to make sure that the truck is safe, that there is no defects that would hinder the job ahead of it of being able to plow.
And when you did the circle check in those early morning hours, was there anything unusual that you found?
None.
Were you comfortable driving the snowplow that night?
Yes.
And you mentioned that you make sure it's filled with diesel fuel so you're good for the night.
Correct.
Now, what lighting is there on the truck facing outward?
I have 4 lights. I have the initial headlights, and then I have 2 plow lights that are on either side of the fenders. And then I have marking lights, and then I have work lights in the back for the sander.
Okay. If you recall the one photo that showed the truck from the outside, were the 2 plow lights visible in that photo?
Yes, they were.
Were the headlights visible in that photo?
Yes, they were.
Could we display that one more time, Your Honor, to have them point that out? Is there a pointer there, sir?
No, there is not.
Okay. Could you describe on 211A where those plow lights are?
Plow lights are just above the grill on the right side and left side.
Okay. And would it be fair to say the plow lights appear to be a clear lens and then an orange lens on either side?
Yes.
And the headlights, sir, where are those located?
They are to the right and left of the grill, and they're underneath.
Okay. And those are located just to the right of the grill in terms of as we're looking at 211A?
Yes.
Okay. We can take that down and put the lights back on? Now, do you recall whether or not, strike that. You also mentioned marking lights. Where are those?
Marking lights are on the top of my truck, along with the beacon light on top of the truck.
And what is a beacon light?
Beacon light is exactly what it looks like. It's a light that just illuminates and it goes around in circles.
And the marking lights, what do they do?
They're similar to driving without your headlights. They're just there to mark the truck so that it's more visible for residents who may be driving and not paying attention.
And where does the lighting face those marking lights?
Front.
Okay, so in terms of the light that strictly goes toward the front, you have marking lights, plow lights, and headlights, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall whether, when you did your circle check, you checked out whether those lights were all working?
Correct.
And were they working?
Yes.
When all of those lights are on, how bright is it in front of your truck?
Extremely bright, almost as if I had a spotlight.
And that's facing straight out.
Correct.
What about facing diagonally out front?
Again, as far as the lights will illuminate.
And then on either side, directly out to the side, how far can you see?
About 5-6 feet.
Okay. So you see more when you're looking straight out and then diagonally out, correct?
Correct.
You can see farther?
Correct.
Now, how about in terms of you being situated in the vehicle? How high up is the driver's seat?
Driver's seat is an air ride seat, so it can adjust accordingly.
What is an air ride seat?
It is adjusted by air, and it can go up or down depending on the driver's.
And how long did it take you to do the circle check, to put your snacks in the car and water, and to make sure the car or the truck is filled with diesel fuel?
About 5 minutes.
All right, so if you get there at 2:15, is it fair to say that you're ready to go on the road somewhere around 2:20 or 2:25 a.m.?
Correct.
And when you did start to go out on the road at around that time, how was the seat adjusted?
I adjusted the seat up so that my knees would hit the bottom of the steering wheel.
How big is that steering wheel on the truck?
It's fairly large. It's larger than a regular passenger vehicle. It's very large.
As of January 29th of 2022, were there any obstructions on any part of the windshield that would prevent you from having a clear view in any direction through the windshield?
No.
Once you got into that truck in those early morning hours, how far could you see in front of your truck?
As far as my eyes would let me see.
And how far could you see diagonally?
Diagonally, probably, again, as far as my eyes would let me see.
All right. Now, you get on the road. When you plow, is there a particular method that you use?
Yes.
Describe that.
I start in the middle of the road and work to the right, angling the plow to the right.
Are you familiar with the term ring row right?
Yes.
Could you explain that to the jury, please?
Sure. Ring row to the right is the amount of snow that's coming off the plow, creating a row. We angle everything to the right so that it does not impede on traffic on the left.
Right. So if you had gone in the other direction, you'd be putting snow right in the opposite lane of travel, right?
Correct.
So you always go to the right.
Correct.
What part of the road, once you hit the roads, do you plow first? What part of the road?
I start at the yellow line and I work to the curb line.
Why do you plow the middle of the road first?
Again, I want to ring road to the right, and I want to be able to give a bigger swath of space for first responders.
And generally, after going up a street or a road that you plow, when do you come back down the same street?
Immediately after I'm done.
Now, you mentioned Route 11, your route that night. You mentioned that it takes you to Cedar Crest.
Correct.
Once you leave the DPW garage to go on your route, Route 11, how long does it take you to get to any part of Cedar Crest?
About 10 minutes.
May we display actually, it's Exhibit 49. Do we have access to Exhibit 49?
What is it? Is it?
It's just a map.
Okay.
And if we can't put our hands on it quickly, I can just display it on the screen.
Is it in evidence?
It is.
You can put it
Okay,
on the
thank you, Ron. If you put up Exhibit 49 and maybe zoom in So we just see, well, I think it is as zoomed in as it's going to go. Is that true, Mr. Wilk, to get okay. Maybe zoom in on the top part of the map, if you would. Perfect. All right. So are you able to see that map from where you are?
Yes, I can.
And by the way, do you wear corrective lenses?
Yes, I do.
What do you wear?
I wear glasses, and when it's inclement weather, I wear contacts.
So on the night in question, when you went out on your route that night, were you wearing glasses or contacts?
Contacts.
What are you wearing today?
Contacts.
You've testified in a prior proceeding regarding this matter last year, correct?
Yes.
What did you show up with that day?
Glasses.
And what's your difference? What is the difference in your ability to see the screen with your glasses or your contacts?
My contacts makes things a little bit more brighter, allowing my eyes to see better
You have
with
more
the
difficulty
contacts.
seeing distances with your glasses?
Correct.
All right. Any problem seeing that screen here today?
None.
All right. What does that depict?
That depicts my route: Cedar Crest, Dew Lane, Spring Lane, and I'm not able to read the one underneath Spring Lane. Just
Certainly, it's a portion of your route, correct?
yes,
All right. Now, you see where it says Cedar Crest, right?
yes,
And you see the red dot there?
yes.
Does that red dot refresh your memory or orient you, I should say, as to what road that red dot is on?
Yes,
And what road is that?
that would be Fairview.
All right. Now, when you hit Cedar Crest Road, are you in that area of Cedar Crest, or are you in a different area of Cedar Crest when you first come upon Cedar Crest Road?
When I first come on, I'm coming in at the beginning of Cedar Crest, which is at Dedham Street in Cedar Crest.
Okay. And how long a road is Cedar Crest before you get to the area of Exhibit 49?
I would say that's about a mile and a half.
And how long does it take you to plow Cedar Crest before you get to this area on January 29th of 2022?
About 10 minutes.
All right. How much of that mile and a half or so stretch of road did you plow when you first encountered it?
I plowed the entire street.
If we could zoom out, please. All right. And when you're driving on Cedar Crest Road, are you driving toward that red, Fairview Road that you've identified?
Yep.
Coming in from the right portion of the map or the left portion of the map?
I'm coming from the right side of the map.
All right. And so you start about a mile and a half down the road to the right, which is off this map, correct?
Correct.
And you say it takes you about 10 minutes to get to the area of Fairview.
Yes.
So would Fairview be on your right or your left when you first encounter it?
On my left.
Okay. Oh, that's okay.
And when you hit
yeah,
Fairview
so
Road that
I'll
first
bring
time, what do you
The only
do?
thing that rings
I go all the way to the very end of Cedar Crest, turn around in the cul-de-sac, and then head back up towards Fairview.
Okay, so you're passing Fairview on your
I don't
left,
think so.
Yes.
So the
plowing
problem would have been
further,
that, like,
and then
after
turning around and
police
plowing
were
back?
able to
Yes.
access it to the app that morning, probably just to look at it.
And
I don't know that they could specifically
when
say
you
it was
came
access
back to the
police, but, like,
intersection
they have
of Cedar
records
Crest and
of
Fairview, what did you do?
I take a right.
And how familiar were you with 34 Fairview Road on that day,
Very, very familiar.
having delivered pizzas there for years?
And then having grown up in that neighborhood.
Were you friendly with the Alberts growing up?
Mostly with Chris, but, I was cordial with the boys.
All right. And when you entered Fairview Road from Cedar Crest for the first time on your route, would 34 Fairview be on your right or your left?
On my right.
And can you give the jury your best estimate of when, or what time was it when you first encountered 34 Fairview Road on January 29th of 2022?
About 2:40, 2:45
That would be AM?
a.m.
And when you were passing 34 Fairview Road or encountering it at that point, what did you know about who lived there?
I knew the Alberts lived there, and I knew that Brian Albert was a police officer, first responders.
Now, aside from the lighting on your truck, were you aware of whether there were any street lights in the area of 34 Fairview?
Yes.
Could you describe those?
Sure, there's one before you get to 34 Fairview driveway, and there's one after Fairview's driveway.
Do you have a memory as to whether or not those street lights were working on January 29th of 2022?
I do not have a memory of that.
All right. But in any case, how much of the lighting of your Franken truck was illuminated at that time?
All my lights were working.
So you're now driving up Fairview Road, and 34 Fairview's on your right. Taking into account the lighting conditions that existed, especially on your truck, how much of the front lawn of 34 Fairview could you see?
I could see all the way to the front door.
What obstructions were there at the time when you first passed the Alberts residence?
None.
Were you familiar with the area of the flagpole on the left side of the property?
Yes.
Now, when you are plowing, sir, where is your attention focused?
My attention's focused out the front window, to the right and to the left.
Why?
I am looking for pedestrians. I'm looking for residents that may be backing out, not aware that I'm there, and God forbid, animals.
How much of the time that you're plowing are you scanning the road?
All the time.
Now, as you're passing 34 Fairview, could you see the area of the flagpole at 2:45 in the morning, sir?
Yes.
What was on the ground on the Alberts lawn at that point in the area of the flagpole?
Nothing.
Did you see a 6'1", 216-pound man lying on that lawn?
No.
Now, after plowing Fairview with the Alberts residence to your right, what do you do?
I go to the very end, take a left on Chapin Street, back down Chapin Street, and then take a left back onto Fairview.
And are you plowing the whole time?
Yes.
So you get to, in this diagram, Exhibit 49, we don't have to turn the lights off. I think we can see it. You're traveling in a down direction, correct?
Correct.
And you would hit Chapman Street. Is that fair to say that's at the bottom?
Correct.
You do some type of three-point turn and go back down Fairview?
Yes.
How long does it take you to get from 34 Fairview the first time to get to Chapman Street?
Maybe 5-10 minutes.
And then how long does it take you to get from Chapman Street back down so that you're now passing 34 Fairview again?
Again, about 5-10 minutes.
And when you're coming back down, what side of the road is 34 Fairview?
On my left.
When you pass 34 Fairview at that time, are there any obstructions preventing you from seeing the front lawn?
None.
Was there any difference in the lighting on your truck when you were coming back down?
No.
Where is your attention focused when you're passing 34 Fairview on your left?
Again, out the front, right and left.
And how much of that front lawn are you able to see on 34 Fairview when you're coming back down from Chapman?
I can see everything. I can see right up to the front door.
What did you see on the front lawn of 34 Fairview on January 29th of 2022 when you're making the second pass by 34 Fairview in the area of the flagpole?
I saw nothing.
All right. Now, you've made an up and down pass, sir, correct?
Yes.
Once you pass 34 Fairview for that first up and down pass, where do you go?
I then go do Spring Lane, and I do that top and bottom.
And is there a point in time when you come back to the area of Fairview Road?
Yes,
That second time now that you're coming back, I'm counting the up and down pass as the first time.
Okay.
You with me?
yep.
That second time now that you're coming back, about how long is it after the first time?
About 45 minutes.
So now it's about what time that you're coming for the second time to this area?
3:30.
And when you come back to the area of Fairview Road, this second time, are you on the Cedar Crest side, which is on the top of Exhibit 49, or the Chapin side, which is on the bottom of Exhibit 49?
I'm on the Cedar Crest side.
And when you approach it from the Cedar Crest side, are you approaching from the same direction that you did for the first time up and down pass, or a different direction?
Same direction.
All right, so you're now coming down Cedar Crest again, correct?
Correct.
Fairview's on your left.
Yes.
Did you take that left, or did you do something else?
I did not take the left. At that point, I could have taken the left. I can make a decision depending on how much snow there was on the ground. I ended up going all the way to the end as if the first time.
All right, and you did your same turnaround in the cul-de-sac?
Correct.
And now you're approaching the intersection of Cedar Crest and Fairview again, correct?
Yes.
What do?
I take the right onto Fairview.
How was the weather at 3:30 in the morning when you're now in that area of Fairview and Cedar Crest?
It's snowing fairly hard now.
Do you recall how much snow was on the ground at that point?
Maybe 2-3 inches.
And at about 3:30 in the morning, how far could you see in front of you, again, straight and diagonally in front of you,
As far as my eyes would let me see.
as a result of the lighting on your truck?
Correct.
Now, you take the right onto Fairview. Describe for the jury what you see in the road at that point.
As I make my right onto Fairview, I notice that there's a vehicle on the right-hand side, roughly in the area of the flagpole, in front of 34 Fairview.
Okay. And did you make note of what type of vehicle that was?
Yes,
What type of vehicle was that?
a Ford Edge.
What direction was that vehicle parked when you saw it?
It was parked nose going up Fairview.
Toward Chapman?
Yes,
So you're coming up from behind it?
correct.
Do you see the rear of that vehicle?
Yes,
And was it parked adjacent to the Albert property, or was it across the street from the Albert property?
adjacent to the Albert family.
And how close to the area of the flagpole was that Ford Edge parked at 3:30 in the morning?
I can't give you an exact measurement, but looking at the front door, it was about 3 feet to the left of the front door in the area of the flagpole, so in between the front door and the flagpole.
Now, what caused you to remember that there was a Ford Edge parked at 3:30 outside the Albert's residence that night?
For as long as I can remember, they have never parked a vehicle in front of their house. They've always had enough ample parking in the driveway.
What policies or protocols of the DPW are in force when vehicles are parked on the street or the road during a snow emergency?
There is no parking allowed. We are supposed to notify our supervisor when there is a vehicle in the way. At that point, the supervisor will make attempt to call the resident or have the police show up at the resident. And then if they can't get the car removed, the car gets towed.
Sir, did you follow protocol that night?
I did not.
Why not?
Knowing the Albert family, knowing that there was a first responder, I gave them respect and opted not to follow procedures.
How did the presence of that Ford Edge parked on the side of the road affect your direction of travel?
I had to go around the vehicle.
How did you maneuver around it?
I had to maneuver to the left, go up, and then maneuver back right into my lane, and then continue up Fairview.
And at any point when you were maneuvering to the left and then angling back to the right, could you see part of the front lawn of the Alberts?
Yes.
Were you able to see any part of the area around the flagpole?
Yes, as I maneuvered back right.
And when you maneuvered back right and saw that area, what, if anything, did you see on the ground in the area of the flagpole?
I saw nothing.
All right. So now you've passed 34 Fairview again. Where do you go?
I go back to the top of Chapin, and again I do a left and a right and head back down Fairview.
Another 3-point turn.
Correct.
So now you're doing your second up and down, correct?
Correct.
All right. So you then enter Fairview again, coming back down from Chapman. And how long does it take you to get back down to the area of 34 Fairview?
Again, about 5-10 minutes.
Now, you are now approaching 34 Fairview, and it's on your right or your left this time.
Again, it's on my left.
What, if anything, did you see in the road at that point?
Again, I saw the Ford edge in the road.
Now it's on your left side?
Yes.
Did it appear to be in the identical position as when you came up the street toward Chapman?
Yes.
How much of the area of the flagpole were you able to see this time as you're coming back down from Chapin?
I was able, it was obstructed, so I wasn't able to see as much as the first time, but I was still able to see the flagpole.
What did you see on the ground in the area of the flagpole at now 3:35, 3:40 in the morning?
I saw nothing.
All right, so now you've done your second up and down pass, correct?
Correct.
Where do you go?
I go back out on the Cedar Crest and I continue to do the rest of my route.
Now, at this point in time, did you do more of your route or spend more time away than you did between the first and second time?
I did more of my route staying away from Fairview.
And about how long did it take you before you came back to the area of Fairview Road?
About 3 hours.
So what is your best estimate of this third time that you're now approaching Fairview Road?
About 6:15
And that'd be AM
a.m.
on January 29th?
Yes.
Now, this time when you approached Fairview Road, did you come from the Cedar Crest side or the Chapman side?
I came from Chapman Street side.
And when you turned, did you turn left or right from Chapman Street to get down to Fairview?
I turned right.
And once you turned right, did something unusual happen?
Yes, I noticed there were blue lights behind me, forcing me to pull over to the side of the road.
Did you recognize the vehicles that had, or vehicle? I didn't ask you if there was more than one, but did you recognize what type of vehicle or vehicles there were?
Yes, they were police vehicles.
Which vehicle was traveling more quickly, the police vehicle or Franken truck?
The police vehicles.
What were you doing with your snowplow after the police passed you?
I continued down Fairview.
Coming down Fairview, did you actually lose sight of the police cruiser that had passed
Yes, I
you?
did.
How many side streets are there when you're coming down Fairview from Chapman Street?
3.
What are they?
Wyndham, Old Ridge Hill, and then Carriage Lane.
Now, you're now coming down Fairview Road. What did you notice ultimately in front of you in the road?
I noticed the police cars had the road blocked off and preventing me from going to Cedar Crest.
And with regard to the lighting on those police... With regard to the lighting on those police vehicles as the road was blocked off, could you describe that for the jury?
Sure, they had all their blue lights on and they were parked blocking the road, the entire road. I couldn't get through.
How well lit was it in the area where the police were?
Very well lit.
So you're now confronted with a blocked road. What do you do?
I turn around at Carriage Lane and I continue to do that road, and then I exit Carriage Lane and go to the left.
All right, and going to the left would send you back toward Chapin Street, correct?
Correct.
And once you leave the area of Fairview Road, how long does it take you to come back down to Fairview Road to finish the plowing that you didn't do the first time?
As soon as the police were able to leave the area, I was able to finish that area.
Do you recall what time you finished your shift on January 29th?
I honestly don't know. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't remember. I'm sorry.
No worries. Do you remember if it was daylight out at that time?
It was daylight.
Okay. Now, sir, in the aftermath of that storm, when was the first time you were approached by anybody connected within this investigation on either side, if you recall?
About 2 weeks.
Who was it that approached you at that time?
First name is Paul, and he described himself as a private investigator for the defense team.
Prior to hearing from the defense private investigator, had you ever heard from anybody from any police department whatsoever?
No,
Do you know who Michael Proctor is?
I do.
Objection.
I'll allow that.
And did Michael Proctor ever call you or contact you at all in those 2 weeks?
No.
Where did the defense investigator approach you, if you recall?
He approached me at my place of work, which was at the Canton Ice Rink, Metropolis Ice Rink.
And what were you doing at the ice rink?
I was operating the Zamboni.
Now, without telling us what you told him, did you speak to the defense investigator?
Yes, I did.
And at some point, did you do something with the defense investigator?
Yes, I met him for a second time at the Kennedy School, and then we both drove my route.
Skipping ahead to the next year, sir, 2023, were you approached by law enforcement officers who were not Canton Police or Massachusetts State Police?
Yes.
Without telling us what you told them, did you speak to them?
Yes.
Before speaking to them in 2023, had you ever heard from former Trooper Michael Proctor or anybody from this investigation from the State Police or Canton Police?
No.
At some point, did you hear from the State Police?
Yes.
That was after you'd already talked to the defense and to these other law enforcement officers who were not State Police or Canton Police?
Yes.
And sir, how clear is your memory about what you saw or didn't see in the early morning hours of January 29th of 2022 in the area of 34 Fairview? The first up and down pass, the second up and down pass, and then the third time you came.
Very strong.
I have no further questions. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you very much. The exhibit.
Oh, I'm sorry.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Have you and I met before?
No, sir.
This is our first time speaking.
Yes, sir.
Sir, you say that your memory from that night is very strong. Would it be fair to say that before today, you've talked about this case many times?
Yes.
You've interviewed with different law enforcement people as well as civilians and attorneys, haven't you?
Correct.
I have not been one of them.
No, you have not.
And is it fair to say that when you've recounted that night as far as times and what you saw, many times your memory has changed? Is that fair to say?
It has not.
You spoke to a private investigator on behalf of the defense shortly after that night.
Yes.
Was that the first time that you spoke to somebody about what you had seen or not seen?
Yes.
That is the first time?
Yes.
Inevitably, over time, you have given statements to at least 4 different people, correct?
Correct.
And you've testified in court under oath.
Correct.
During the pendency from that night until today, it's fair to say there are many times where you have been intimidated, isn't it?
No.
You've been threatened.
Nope.
You were aware, sir, that you were being threatened by an online blogger to expose you.
I was not.
You're saying as you sit here today, you have no awareness in the history of this case that you were being threatened by an online blogger.
I was not threatened by an online blogger.
Was the online blogger threatening or saying that he would expose you and tell personal things about you if you weren't helpful?
He was not threatening.
Let's remove the word threatening. Was the person communicating and making clear to you that if you didn't testify in a certain way, there would be some consequence to you?
Objection. Can we have a time frame, please?
Any time from when you first spoke to the private investigator until today, were there communications made to you by an online blogger that there would be consequence for you if you didn't testify in a way that was acceptable to them?
No.
You listened, of course, didn't you, to podcasts that were about you?
I did not.
People told you about them.
Yes, they did.
When friends told you about them, you knew who that person was that was making those claims, correct?
Correct.
You were well aware of the person had a very strong and large social media presence.
I didn't know how large or what his presence were, but yes, I knew he had a blog.
Well, you know now because you follow that blogger now, don't you?
I do follow him, yes.
You pay for a subscription?
I do not.
Did you get one for free?
I did not.
And in following that blogger, you know full well the power that person has to get attention from the community to harass, correct?
Yes.
And so during the pendency of this case, not only were you aware that you were being pressured to testify a certain way, you also knew there'd be consequences if you didn't. Isn't that true?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
The premise of that question is not accurate.
So he can answer it.
You knew there was pressure for you to testify a certain way in this case, didn't you?
I did not know I was being required to testify a certain way. I was also at the time dealing with the loss of my wife. I was not paying any attention to any social media.
Sorry for your loss, but you are aware during the pendency of this case that there has been pressure on you to testify in a certain way. Isn't that fair to say?
No,
Sir, you received a call from that blogger, didn't you?
I did.
And during that call, did you know the person was recording you?
I did not.
You later learned that the person recorded you.
I did not.
Do you know that your conversations were spread throughout the community online?
I was.
Sir, some of those communications or inquiries were claims that you would be exposed for personal matters if you didn't testify a certain way, weren't they?
No.
Inevitably, you've met this person, haven't you?
I've seen him. I haven't met him.
Have you ever spent time with him?
No, I have not.
You're still a follower of that blog.
I am.
When you follow the blog, do you read anything or do you watch it?
No, I don't do much anything towards the blogger.
As you follow it, you can see there are oftentimes articles about you.
No,
Haven't you ever been encouraged to do the right thing?
no,
Haven't you ever been celebrated after you've testified in a way favorable for one
Yes.
side or the other?
yes,
And so when you were being celebrated, that certainly took off any pressure that there would be consequence, didn't it?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
when you were celebrated for testifying a certain way, did you find that to be encouraging?
I'm going to allow it.
I did find it to be encouraging, but I did not want it. I don't think I deserved it. All I was doing was my job and telling the truth.
Did you enjoy the attention that you got?
I did not.
Did you pose in photographs with people who support one side or the other?
I did.
And when you were in those photographs, are you saying that you didn't enjoy the attention that you were receiving?
I did not. Again, I was trying to be polite and trying to avoid any confrontation that may come from something if I said no.
Well, did anybody from the district attorney's office ever suggest they would confront you or punish you if you didn't testify a certain way?
No.
How many friends contacted you about what was being said before you testified, the pressure? How many people told you about that?
I couldn't tell you. All my friends were telling me.
So you were hearing a lot of noise or information from your friend group and community about what was being said about you?
Yes.
And this was before you testified at the first trial, sir?
This was before.
Sir, you work hard, don't you?
I do.
You work many different jobs.
I do.
You try to be a good citizen.
I do.
You are not looking for attention.
I am not.
It was brought to you.
It was brought to me.
You wish you never had that attention, don't you?
Yes.
Because you just want to live your life the way you want to live it rather than have people you don't know attacking, criticizing, or intimidating you.
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Could you repeat that, please?
I said, would it be fair to say that you simply want to live your life the way you've been living it without outside people attacking or pressuring or threatening you?
Yes.
On June 15, 2023, you were contacted by the defense private investigator, weren't you? And you may not know the dates. Were you contacted twice by the private investigator?
I would need to know what time frame we're looking at.
Fair enough. By the way, the blogger that I speak of, do you know if he is friendly or supports one side over the other?
I know he is friendly towards one side, yes.
Okay. The side sitting in the back of the room?
I would say the defense team.
You've interacted with a private investigator hired by the defense?
Yes.
Have you also interacted with any of the attorneys?
Yes.
Which attorneys have you interacted with?
Mr. Yannetti.
Have you contacted or have you spoken to any other attorneys other than Mr. Yannetti?
Just Mr. Yannetti.
How many times have you spoken to Mr. Yannetti?
Again, what are we talking? First trial, this trial?
The entire time from that night until today. Can you remember how many times that you've spoken?
About 5 times.
How many times have you gone in to be interviewed by him?
4 times?
During those interviews, were they spaced out over the course of this case?
Yes.
What was the purpose of those interviews?
To go over my testimony.
When you went over testimony, were you ever shown prior testimony?
Yes.
Were you shown prior reports?
No.
Were you shown a prior investigator's report?
Yes.
Were you shown a prior report by a law enforcement agency that is not the state police and not Canton?
Not by Mr. Yannetti. I saw that first document for the first time during the first trial.
When you were discussing your testimony, Was there a discussion about the fact that the times that you gave the private investigator were different than the report from that law enforcement agency?
Could you repeat that question, please?
When you were preparing the trial in those meetings, was it brought up, did you discuss that there was a difference in your memory, or at least in the reports, between what you told the defense private investigator and what you told that other law enforcement agency?
No.
Were you aware that there was a difference between the different statements attributed in your memory as to time?
The first trial, yes.
When you were with the defense preparing for trial, did you go over your testimony?
Yes.
Did you go over questions and answers?
Yes.
Were you ever subjected to a make-pretend cross-examination about issues that were important in this case?
No.
Were you ever pointed to any particular issues that were important to talk about in this case?
No.
When you did the questions and answers, were they written down or just a conversation?
Can you repeat that one, please? I'm sorry.
When you went through the questions and answers in preparing, practicing for your testimony, were they written down?
So ask it to,
When you were preparing for your testimony, were the questions and answers written down, or was it just speaking?
Just speaking.
Those 4 times that you met, is that a guess, or was it 4 times?
It was about 4 times, yes.
Could have been more?
No.
And during those 4 times, was there anything different other than going through questions and answers about testimony and preparation? Was there any other subjects you talked about?
There were none.
Did you ever receive any compensation, sir?
I received none.
Do you know whether people were sending you compensation that you didn't receive?
No.
You don't know?
I never received anything.
Were you given anything to bring home with you so that you could remember past testimony or some of the questions and answers that were going to be asked?
No.
How long were your meetings in preparation for your testimony?
About 45 minutes to an hour?
Were they all about the same time or were they different? When you came into court last year, it's fair to say this is after you became aware of essentially being targeted, correct?
he can answer that if he can. Can you answer that, Mr. Lockren?
I can. I don't ever felt like I was being targeted.
This was after you received all the information from your friends and people in the community that you were being attacked.
I'll allow that.
Again, I don't feel like I was being targeted.
Are you concerned after this case what happens with the blogger that you follow?
No.
You talked about your meeting with the private investigator. The first time you met him, do you remember that meeting?
Yes.
Do you remember where you met him?
I met him at my place of employment.
Did you go anywhere with him that day?
No, I did not.
You had a conversation with him and you spoke about what you had remembered from that night?
Yes.
Do you remember when you spoke to that private investigator, you weren't sure how many times you went up and down Fairview that night? That you had said 2 or 3?
No, I told him I went up at 2:30 at 2. I told him at 3:30 I went up 2. Went up and down. And I told him about 3 hours later I went up and down. Excuse me, I went down and wasn't able to go around the police cruisers and had to turn around at Carriage Lane.
You mentioned that you believe you told the private investigator that you went up and down at 2:30. Do you remember when you spoke to the private investigator, you actually said 3 o'clock?
I don't remember the 3 o'clock.
May I approach?
Yes.
And before I do you remember you said that when you went on your second pass, it was around 3:15?
I told him I went up Fairview between about 2:40 to 2:45, and I said about 45 minutes later, I went for the second time.
Okay. Now you had said 2:30, and you just now said 2:40 to 2:45, and then you said 45 minutes later.
Yep.
Okay. Do you remember telling the private investigator that when you think, or you said you saw a Ford Edge, you were actually still on Cedar Brook, not on Fairview passing by it, but you saw it from the street at Cedar Brook? Do you remember telling him that?
I
Sorry,
don't remember.
Cedar Crest.
Secret. I don't remember ever saying that.
Okay. May I approach?
Yes. I'll show you a copy. This is a report that you didn't write, so I don't want you to read it. I want to show it to you and see if it helps remind you of what you told the private investigator that day. You can look at any part of this, but what I'm asking you is whether or not you remember telling the private investigator that when you saw the car, you weren't passing on Fairview, you were up on Cedar Crest. That's the question I'm asking. So I'd ask you to look at whatever part you want, but I'm going to point out the part to you. When you're done, don't answer, just look up, and then I'll get to ask you some questions about your memory, okay?
Okay.
And so I directed to this part, but you can look at any part that you want, sir. Are you done, sir?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sir, do you now remember when you were speaking to the defense investigator about seeing a car? You said that about 3:30 to 4 a.m., when you were plowing Cedar Crest Road, you looked toward Fairview Road and saw a small SUV parked in front of the house. Remember telling the PI that?
I never remember telling him that.
When you spoke to law enforcement, not the Canton police or the state police, you understood it was important to be as accurate as possible?
Yes.
And you understood, at least with that law enforcement agency, if you misled them in any way, it could be up to a 10-year penalty?
Yes.
When you spoke to them, did you take that interview very seriously?
Yes.
Try to be as precise and accurate as you could?
Yes.
And when you spoke to them, obviously, like anybody, you had in mind that there could be serious consequences if they felt misled.
Yes.
You try to be honest with them,
Yes.
provide them your best memory in good faith.
Yes.
And this was shortly before, well, actually, this was May 24th, 2023, correct?
Correct.
When you met, there was more than one person there from this agency?
I believe so.
Was there potentially two?
There was two.
And when you met with them, they asked you about when you began working that night.
Yes.
You told them 11:30 to midnight.
I never told him that.
And so as you sit here today, your memory is you did not tell those law enforcement agents that you began work at 11:30 to 12?
We had a 2:30 start time.
I understand, but I'm asking you,
I never told them. It was always 2:30 start time.
when you spoke to them, do you remember telling them the first time you were out near the area was midnight?
Nope. No.
When you spoke to those law enforcement personnel, were they taking notes?
I believe so.
Have you ever seen their report?
The first trial I did, yes.
Who showed you that report?
It was shown to me by Prosecutor Lally.
You think Prosecutor Lally showed you that report?
It was shown to me.
And do you remember telling those two law enforcement personnel that you believe that there were emergency vehicles, ambulances, or police cars in front of Fairview at 3 to 3:30 a.m.?
I do not.
Are you saying that you did not say these things to them, or are you saying that that's not your memory?
That's not what I said.
And so you're saying that's wrong. You're denying
Correct.
you made those statements.
Correct.
At the time they say that you told them there was emergency vehicles there at 3 a.m., that is the same time that you told the PI that you saw the Ford Edge around 3:30 to 4, correct?
About 3:30 is when I saw the Ford Edge.
It was dark out that night, wasn't it?
Correct.
There are no street lights down near that flagpole area of 34 Fairview, is there?
Yes, there is.
Okay. Was it on that night?
I can't tell you honestly if it was.
You testified at trial, at a proceeding last year?
I testified that there were, it was asked to me that there were not any streetlights, and I answered it in the affirmative way, and living in that neighborhood, I saw that there were actual streetlights.
You testified at a proceeding last year, didn't you?
Yes,
I mean, you testified at the proceeding. Did you meet anybody from the defense close in time to that proceeding?
I don't know, when we met, how close to the proceedings it was.
Do you remember being prepared before you went into trial last time?
Yes,
By?
by Yannetti, excuse me.
Do you remember telling the defense private investigator that you made your final pass at 6:30 a.m.?
I remember I told him it was about 3 hours going down Cedar Crest and was not able to go to the end of Fairview due to the first responders.
At trial last year, do you remember saying it was 5:30?
I did,
And today you had said about 6:15.
yes.
You weren't timing anything on a watch for times, were you?
I was not.
You were not accounting in any way for time whatsoever when you were out that night, were you?
No, I was not.
When you're providing times, are you trying to use your best memory?
Yes,
Do you recognize that you have a differing memory on times of what you did that night?
no.
You talked about your view from the tow truck and that you have a bunch of lights on it. On the tow truck, you had mentioned that your vision to the side was 5 to 6 feet.
Can you rephrase that, please?
Yes, of course. You said when you were driving your tow truck, you could see forward and sideways.
Okay, I don't want to be, I don't drive a tow truck.
My apologies. My apologies. Your snow plow.
Thank
You
you.
said you can see forward and sideways.
I can see forward, I can see diagonal, and I can see right to left.
When you look right to left, you said you could see about 5 feet.
Correct.
Do the lighting conditions affect how well you can see?
No.
Does the weather?
Yes.
When you're plowing, are you ever looking at the street in front of you?
Yes.
Are you looking at people's front yards?
Yes.
And so, what did you see as far as the front door of the Albert house that night? Was it open or closed?
It was closed.
With lights on?
I can't answer that for sure. I don't remember if there were lights on.
How about the neighbors on the left? Were you looking at their front lawn?
Yes.
Did you see if their lights were on?
Again, I didn't recognize if their lights were on.
Do you look at every neighbor's front lawn up to the door as you're driving in the snow plowing?
I look to the right and to the left, and my eyes will graze to the yard. Yes, I will look there.
You were saying you have a specific memory of looking at the Albert front yard all the way to the door. Do you have a specific memory of looking at the other neighbors' yards to their door?
Can you repeat that, please? I'm sorry.
Yes, you said that you looked at the Albert house all the way to the door.
Correct.
Do you have a memory of looking at any other houses all the way to the door?
Yes.
Okay. Which house had a dumpster in front of it?
I don't know. I wasn't paying attention to a dumpster. Dumpster wouldn't be in the front yard.
Are you sure on your route there was no dumpsters in anybody's front yard?
I can tell you there was a dumpster this week.
No. I'm more interested in January 29, 2020.
I can't answer to that. I don't remember.
A dumpster, a 15 by 20 foot dumpster, that would be bigger than a man's body, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would be.
And so you have no really specific memory of the other homes in the neighborhood that night?
I mean, I looked.
Okay.
I saw. I didn't see a dumpster that would have definitely stuck out.
Okay. You said you had vision as far as your eyes could see.
Correct.
What does that mean?
Means if there were, my eyes were, as long as they're open, I can see as far as they will let me see.
Is that dependent on lighting conditions, darkness, snow?
Correct.
That night, did you have any difficulty paying attention or driving?
I did not.
Did you have a small accident that night?
I did.
Okay, what did you hit?
I hit a portable basketball net.
Was that part because of the weather conditions? You didn't have a good opportunity to see it?
No. I definitely saw it and just did not judge enough.
You said that you went up and down the road a couple of times. When you were asked to describe the car that you said you saw, when you first spoke to the defendant's private investigator, you didn't give any detail about the type of car, did you?
I told her it was a Ford Edge.
When you first spoke to the investigator, you used the words Ford Edge?
I did.
Did they bring you to a parking lot at some point?
They did.
And when they brought you to a parking lot, did they have you go out in the parking lot and look at a Ford Edge?
They did.
And when they had you go out and look at the Ford Edge, did they have you identify that as the type of car?
Yes, they did.
And when you did that, how many cars were in the parking lot?
We had a hockey game, so there were several, at least 100, 150.
Who pointed you to the Ford Edge?
I pointed to it.
Did the investigator take you to the Ford Edge?
No, he did not.
It was just an open parking lot and he asked you to look around to see if there happened to be a similar car?
No, I told him a Ford Edge. He wanted to make sure I knew what a Ford Edge looked like. I pointed to the Ford Edge, and he was satisfied.
So after you said a Ford Edge, he brought you to a parking lot to point out a car?
We were at my place of business. We just walked out the door.
Where was that?
At the Metropolis ice rink.
The rink?
Ice rink, yes.
Did you then meet the investigator later on at a school?
Yes, I did.
And who did you meet at the school?
I met Paul again.
And what was the purpose of that?
He wanted to go through my route.
You wanted to go through your route.
Correct.
And then, did you choose to meet at the school?
I did.
You did?
I did.
And why did you choose the school?
It was an easier landmark for the gentleman to get to, and it was minutes from my route.
Did you know that former Trooper Proctor's sister worked there?
I had no idea.
You said last year that when you went by Fairview, did you say that you would buy Your final pass at 5:30 a.m.?
No,
Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
Sir, when you have contact, you also wear reading glasses?
yes. I can't read things up close.
Understood. This is trial testimony, testimony from June 21st, 2024.
Mhm.
And you were asked do you recall what time it was that you wound up back on Fairview? You said, I don't honestly recall what specific time. Yes?
Yes.
And then you were asked, sure. Approximately, if it was 3:15 to 3:30, that second time, what would be your best estimate of the time when you came back? And what did you say?
Say about 5:30.
And so even last year, you were having some difficulty remembering the times, right?
System.
Were you having difficulty last year remembering the times that you were on Fairview?
No,
When you said you were on Fairview last year at 5:30, you didn't see anything on the Albert front lawn at 5:30 a.m.?
I wasn't on Fairview at 5:30 a.m.
Okay. Were you asked last year about your travels on Fairview?
Yes,
Okay. When you asked about, do you recall, was time you wound up on Fairview, and you said you didn't remember. Do you remember that testimony?
I do.
And is that true testimony?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so you had some difficulties in your memory of when you were on Fairview when you testified last year. Isn't that fair to say?
No, it's not fair.
And then you were asked approximately if it was 3:15 to 3:30 the second time, what time did you come back?
And I said, if I were to guess, I said 45 minutes later.
Did you say, I would say, if I had to say, it would have been 5:30 up Fairview?
That time was incorrect. It was 6:15. I couldn't go down any further due to the police presence.
So your testimony last year, you understandably made a mistake about the time, correct?
I did.
And it's true, isn't it, that you really have somewhat foggy memory about the times.
It is not.
That time of 5:30 is very different than the time you told the agents when you met them, the law enforcement officials that weren't from Canton or the state police. That was very different than when you told them 3 to 3:30.
Very different.
And it's different than the 3:30 to 4 timeline that you gave the defense private investigator the first time you spoke to them. Correct?
Correct.
And it's different than what you told the jury today, that it was 6:15.
It's different, but it's not.
When you plowed that night, did you have any reason to look for somebody who was lying on the side of a yard?
No,
Did you have any expectation somebody would be lying helpless on the side of a yard that night?
no,
If you had seen somebody, certainly you would have helped.
correct.
When you said that, when the private investigator asked you where you were when you said you saw the Ford Edge, are you saying that you didn't tell the private investigator that you were on Cedar?
I don't remember telling him I was on Cedar Crest. I do remember telling him that I had turned onto Fairview and saw the vehicle.
Cedar Crest in a storm at night is quite a distance from the flagpole at Fairview, isn't it?
No,
About 300 feet?
roughly.
Difficult to see under those conditions?
No.
Could we have Exhibit 71, Stream 0, at about 6:17 a.m., please? Could you stop it there? Do you see that street light?
I do?
Okay. At the end of that road, past the street light, is Cedar Crest, correct?
Correct.
Is that a fair depiction of the elements that night around that time?
Yes.
And in this case, there's further illumination with the car that's facing us?
Correct.
That wasn't there, was it?
Correct.
You said after you saw law enforcement, did you come down Fairview after you saw law enforcement?
I was on Fairview already when I saw the law enforcement.
Did you drive by Cedar Crest again to go back and forth and watch what was going on, or did you go on your route?
I went on my route, which included Cedar Crest.
Did you keep driving by because you wanted to watch, or did you just leave and do your regular route?
I went and did my regular route.
Could I have 6:19:27, please? And could you play it? If you could back up a little before 6:19:27. Is that weather consistent with what it looked like to you?
Yes.
Is that you there?
I don't know if that's me. Yes, that's me. That is me.
Could we go to 6:32:45, please? Is that you again?
That one, I can't tell if that was me again.
Could we go to 6:35:14, please? Was that you?
I don't see it. I don't see the truck. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Could we go back to 6:35:12?
That looks like to be a pickup truck. That does
Okay.
not look like my truck.
6:37:45, please. And that's you again, right?
Again, I can't tell you for sure if that was me.
Those were not your red and orange lights consistent with the earlier ones that went by?
What I saw the first time was the reflecting tape off the body of my truck.
Could we go to
I have
7?
a plow guy that is a contractor that we work tandem together.
And was he out there that night as well, going by Fairview?
Correct.
Okay. Did you ever tell the private investigator about him?
Yes, I did.
7 o'clock, 22 seconds, please. Is that you, sir?
I can't say for sure.
7:15, 45 seconds, please. Do you recognize that, Plow?
Again, I do not.
7:19 and 55 seconds, please. Was that you, sir?
That was me.
How long does your route take?
It's hard to say. I mean, as long as it's snowing, it can take as long as it takes.
Well, if you're going to do a pass, how long does an entire pass take?
If I were to do from Cedar Crest to the end, it would take probably 10 minutes. If I were to do the entire route, I'm not cleaning up, I'm just giving it a pass so people can get through. Could take about 3 hours, could take 4 hours.
When you mentioned Brian Albert on your direct examination, had you talked to the defense about Brian Albert in your preparation for testimony?
No,
You knew some of the Albert family,
I know the entire Albert family.
and you know Brian Albert as a police officer?
Yes, I do.
Why is it that 3 times in your direct testimony you characterized him as a first responder?
Because he's a police officer, they're first responders.
Did anybody ever suggest to you to use the terms or the phrases first responder when you were describing Brian Albert?
No one did. Those are my words.
Since your trial testimony last year, have you received any more focusing or targeting of harassment?
Let's get to Mr. Brown.
Since last year when you testified, have you received any recent aggression towards you for testifying?
No,
Have you had any further focus or problems?
no.
I'll strike that.
I have no further questions.
Very briefly, sir. You were asked by Mr. Brennan about whether you saw a dumpster that night. Do you recall that line of questioning?
I do.
In the aftermath of January 29th of 2022, was a dumpster all over the news for the next 3.5 years?
Not that I'm aware of.
You were asked about going through your route with the defense investigator and giving a statement to the defense investigator.
Yes.
How soon after January 29th of 2022 was that?
2 weeks.
Were the events fresh in your mind at that time?
Yes.
Finally, actually not finally, I've got 2 more points, but they're both brief. You had mentioned that that night you actually misjudged and hit a net.
Yes.
Can you describe the basketball apparatus that, and I'm going to ask you what part of it you hit, but describe what that looks like.
It's got a base with wheels on it. It's portable, so you can move it in and out. And it's got the basketball frame, and it's got the backboard and then rim.
Okay. So this is not a pole that was cemented into the ground.
Correct.
But perhaps we're all familiar with it, the black base that maybe you put sandbags on.
Correct.
That type of thing to keep it in place, but it does have wheels?
Correct.
All right. And you mentioned the net. The net is the rope netting that comes down, correct?
Correct.
There's also a hoop that keeps the net in place?
Yes.
And the pole?
Correct.
And the base?
Correct.
Of all those things, what part did your Franken truck actually catch?
It caught the net in the little bit part of the frame, of the frame where the net was.
Something that you saw from the beginning, you just misjudged the distance.
Correct.
All right, now, finally, with regard to the 5:30 testimony that you gave last year,
Yes.
did you also testify that the last pass that you tried to make when the police were blocking the scene was about 3 hours after that 3:30 second up and down?
Yes.
So why is it last year that you testified that it was 3 hours later, but you came up with the time of 5:30 as the final time?
As he's asking me these questions, I'm trying to do the math in my head. I'm sorry, math is not my strong suit.
What time was it when you made that final pass, sir?
6:15, 6:30.
I have nothing further.
You mentioned you're trying to do the math in your head. There is no reason why you would specifically remember certain times on each pass other than trying to remember and give an accounting, right?
Could you rephrase that, please?
Sure. You don't have your watch out on a certain schedule that you have to pass a certain street at a certain time.
Correct.
You weren't marking your times to some event when you were driving up and down the street that night, were you?
No.
So you're trying to go back with your memory and piece it together the best you can.
Correct.
And that's why you're giving estimates, yes?
Correct.
And when you spoke to those law enforcement officials, not Canton, not state police, and you said at 3 o'clock you saw first responder vehicles, that was based on your memory, wasn't it?
Yes.
It was based on your memory.
Not at 3:30.
Right. Do you know that there was a car similar to a Ford Edge in front of 34 Fairview around 6 a.m. that morning?
I wasn't able to get in front of Fairview Drive, 34 Fairview, at 6 o'clock in the morning.
Have you ever met Kerry Roberts before?
I have not.
Counsel just asked you if there was a lot of media about this case, and you said that there was.
I
Did he just ask you a question about whether there was a lot of attention on this case?
Objection.
Did he just talk to you about everything that happened after this case, all the attention on this case?
Objection.
You remember his question about all the attention after this case?
He asked specifically a question about the dumpsters.
And he said that wasn't subject to a lot of attention, was it?
Correct.
Right. But this case was.
The case itself, yes.
The people involved in this case were subject to a lot of attention.
Correct.
And you spoke to the defense investigator after this case as far as attention is concerned. Do you remember speaking to the investigator on June 5th, 2023?
Yes.
And do you know, coincidentally, that is the day that the blogger put out the articles on you, accusing you of not doing the right thing?
Objection.
May I approach?
Yes.
Showing you a document. Let's take a look at that document. What day is that document dated?
June 5th, 2023.
Without reading it, that document talks about you.
Correct.
And your friends and people in the community talked to you about this article, didn't they?
Not specifically this article, but they were sending me stuff that were being printed about me, yes.
Why don't you take a little look at what's said and you can tell us whether that's the same type of information that was being conveyed to you through intermediaries?
Can you ask that question again, please?
Okay, sir. Was this some of the kind of attention that you were receiving on June 5th after you spoke to the defense investigator?
Yes.
Come on, Harry.
Like from sidebar?
Okay.
Okay, guys. Hey, we got a sidebar here. So welcome back, Jen Coffeneffer, and welcome Margaret McLean, and everybody else who's still here. So what do you guys think about this testimony? Why don't we go to you first, Jen, because you've been involved in a lot of these similar trials. If you're here, Jen.
Yeah, I think his testimony, I think Hank did a pretty good job, but I will say he really tried to stick with the story. I think it's deplorable with all the information we know. I just posted on Twitter 3 of the videos where he intimidated, or at least I think attempted to intimidate Lucky. He's sitting there staring at him. I mean, the picture of him outside the court, you know, with the Lucky t-shirts and all of that, he got caught up in it, as you would say.
Right. Margaret, what'd you think?
I thought Hank did a decent job, and I really like how he went into, you know, I echo the same sentiment, how he really went into being pressured by the blogger. I'd actually like to see those articles and pictures for my own. I've got to do a YouTube on it.
I've got the clips. I've got the.
Oh, good. I'd love to see those in particular. But
I'm hoping, because I think he really got him when he's like, wait a minute, the same day that this article was published, you reached out to the investigator. So I'm hoping that he opened the door there and is able to get in. If they play what was said for the jury, Lucky's insistence that he wasn't being intimidated is going to melt. Absolutely melt away, because it was highly intimidating what was said.
I think so too. Yeah. And it hurts his credibility for sure. So maybe the jury will not. I mean, I've said all along that he wasn't looking for a body line in the side of the road. I don't think the lighting conditions were very good, and I think it's a big deal that he hit that basketball thing, whether it's not that has wheels or not.
All rise for the court, please.
I think they're going into the break now.
Oh, good.
So we'll be able to talk about it for about 15 minutes, probably.
Oh, that would be awesome. And I won't talk the whole time. Sorry.
Boomer, what'd you think? Did you have any reaction?
Oh, I mean, it's Hank's pushing it slow, kind of like he did with Marie Russell. I mean, the optics, she's kind of an elderly lady. You don't want to go in there too heavy-handed. Same thing with Lucky. And again, true to how I perceived Hank, he's not saying everything in one go.
What happened? Did we lose Boomer?
Oh, am I muted?
I can hear him.
I don't know. Alrighty.
I can hear
we
you.
might have lost you, Boomer. I'm not sure. You faded away.
I still
Dan,
exist,
did you hear
bro.
any of this? Do you have any thoughts on this?
I can hear you.
I hear him.
And I don't think Matt's actually here. Oh,
I
John
think
Pedro's here too.
I think it's
I don't
Kevin.
know.
Hey, John.
Kevin can hear us.
I can't hear anyone.
So what'd you think of Lucky's testimony?
And good morning, everybody. What's so extraordinary is, number one, I mean, Hank illustrated that he was recorded without his knowledge or permission by the blogger who the pool camera is showing is sitting right there in the courtroom.
Mm-hmm.
I love it.
In a very identifiable, he wears a specific color to stand out. And like, think about that. This is like a mob trial. Like, there's the guy sitting in the courtroom that's then trying to intimidate. Like, this is insanity that he's
too
allowed
weird.
there. I think Hank is hitting, the right tone where he's kind of like the officer, that he's not, they're not lying. They're just mistaken in what they believe. But I think this is really effective, showing that, once that went out and the pressure put on him, then he, felt locked into it. I missed the beginning because I was on with Julie, but did Hank mention how it's my understanding that Lucky's also colorblind? I don't know. I thought Hank was
didn't
going to
mention
mention that. He didn't mention
Yeah, I
that
haven't
when
heard
he
that brought
said,
up yet. No.
as far as my eye can see. I don't know if
My-
that's going to be the last thing, but I've heard from multiple people. I'm sure you have, Kevin and Kate and Ken, that he's also lucky that he's colorblind.
He is colorblind, yeah, and I think that came up in the first trial.
Okay.
Dan, as an outsider, because you're in a completely different state, what's your impression of this testimony? So, these guys sound like they, in their opinion, that Hank did a good job breaking him down. But do you think that what he did was possibly effective for the defense?
Well, first, I had never seen any of his testimony before, and so when
We
he
don't
went,
have any. Your mic doesn't seem to be on at the moment, Dan.
can nobody
I
hear me?
can hear you.
I can hear him.
I can hear him.
It's
I
you,
can-
Kevin.
It's you,
That's
Kev.
odd. I don't know why
I
can't
can
hear him.
hear him.
Yeah.
Ah,
Go
I
ahead.
think
Just
it's
go
you,
ahead,
buddy.
Dan.
All
Go ahead,
righty.
Dan.
So yeah, for me, I didn't see the first trial. So at first, listening to him and hearing him talk, the first thought that came into my mind is, there's a lot of houses on his route. Was he that specifically remembering that house that night? It was very odd. But I was like, okay, there's a lot of media attention. There's a lot of things of that nature. And so maybe perhaps that's why. But I thought Hank tied it in with the dumpster thing. But overall, when I first heard it, I was like, man, well, he didn't see it, but witness testimony isn't really the strongest. It's always been kind of, it's been very weak.
Somebody is
there's
going to
this-
have to give me a heads up when Dan's done talking,
there's-
because I don't know what's going on. I don't hear any volume. I
Yeah,
can
no,
just
Kevin,
see,
we'll tell you when he. Kevin, we'll tell you when he finishes. Go ahead, Dan.
Yeah,
He's making a good point. Go
Sorry,
ahead.
Dan. I
No, but
didn't mean to
that's all
interrupt
right.
you. Yeah.
We'll cue Kevin. Go ahead, Dan.
No problem. Like, for instance, in the Richard Allen case, there were 3 girls who were walking out of the park as Richard Allen was walking into the park. Those 3 girls weren't paying attention or anything like that to this person, and they had 3 different descriptions of the same guy that they walked right next to. And so witness testimony or eyewitness testimony has always been shaky at best. But when Hank started talking, I had no idea about the intimidation stuff. I want to see the clips. I've not seen them. I had no idea about any of this. I want to see what those clips are. I thought the guy was trying to look into the future when he put his glasses over his contacts. It's weird. But outside of that, I thought Hank broke him down as being a not very credible witness, potentially under some sort of threat. And the fact also that he changed his testimony. And to me, it seems like he's lying on the stand about that. And so I kind of question all of his intentions. I hope they also bring in the pictures that of him with the Free Karen Reed folks and, Turtle Boy and stuff like that. I think that'll be effective as well.
Yeah.
Kevin, he completed. I'm just curious hey, Margaret, with him mentioning the intimidation, could that be Hank opening the door for the conscience of guilt to show or start to go down that path to show that he was instrumental with Turtle in trying to intimidate some of these people?
It sounds like it. I'm not sure how far the judge is going to let him go with that. I mean, remember last trial, we had more intimidation with Jen McCabe's testimony, but not so much this time around, if you recall. So it's really interesting to see what's going to happen next with this. What do you all think about do you think that it's going to be, we're going to get into the witness intimidation a little bit? It's
They
a dangerous territory?
John, did he finish his recross with Lawford,
No.
or they're still going?
John, just thank you for helping out, John. I can't hear. You're apparently the only one I can hear, so it may just be that I have, which is It may be maybe just the stream can't handle because I have too many guests in here.
You're having a worse day than Alan Jackson, then, Kevin.
Yeah, you are.
I don't know, but I'm just going to make one quick point, and then I'm going to jump out. So because I don't want to interfere with this. What's you guys apparently having a good conversation that I can't hear. I just want to make my point is this. So my approach to this has always been consistent, and that is to discount eyewitness testimony that is not backed up by other eyewitnesses or other hard evidence or physical evidence or data. And so I think that approach kind of bears fruit a little bit here. You focus on the hard evidence. This is why I've discounted things like I hit him, and the mortally wounded stuff and stuff like that, where here I don't know, some of these witnesses that come out of the woodwork here, like Barrows and have suspect testimony or Kelly Devers. And same thing with Lucky here too. Were they influenced? Nobody's accusing anybody of lying. But this is the problem with eyewitness testimony that is just not backed by any other evidence. And this is why I prefer to focus on things that aren't open to interpretation, like the physical evidence, the debris field found at the scene, the microscopic pieces found inside Judd's clothing, and the data. And so I'm going to jump out now and try to reboot or something. I don't know why my computer's not handling this. So thank you, guys.
I'm no body language expert by any stretch, but I'm going to go out on a limb and take a stab in the dark at this. Turtle Boy doesn't look like he's all that chill right now. I'm seeing a lot of nervous energy. Dude can't sit still. He's moved positions about 6 times.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if it's dawning on the little pinhead. Maybe he might be in a little bit of shit.
He doesn't care. He doesn't care.
Wow.
He loves it. I think he
loves the attention.
He loves the
He loves the intention. He does, but he's squirreling out up there.
I'm telling you, if Hank can get those videos in of where Lucky was verbally threatened, it's game over for all of that. Lucky's going to look like such a liar because he's already conceded that his friends were sending him things, right? I wish that Hank would probe a little bit more. Well, what are they sending you? Are they sending you videos? Did they send you these videos? Because, I mean, he literally says at one point, you shouldn't be afraid of the Alberts. You should be afraid of me. Verbatim.
Jeez, I mean, that should come in. Wouldn't that? Can you imagine if that came in? That would be quite something.
Margaret, I just posted 3 of them, and thanks to Kate, always, I've got a huge video library of all the things the blogger has said that are just jaw-dropping.
Do you want me to play them?
I just posted them all on my Twitter for people to see.
Yeah, let me just do that.
I've got to follow you. That's
people are astonished. They're like, wow. That's what's being said. I just posted 3 of them.
Okay, great.
Terabytes of it. Terabytes of him saying stuff like that. It's insane.
And has he been there this entire time, like throughout the entire trial,
both
in
trials.
the courtroom? But like
not
in the
every
courtroom,
day.
Not every day.
For this one, very on and off for this trial. I mean, he's been in his own issues. He goes to trial on June 9th for his own issues.
And so I think it's going to be interesting if they end up playing the clips. The jury's going to be able to see who's making these threats, identify the guy who's wearing the bright colors in the back, and probably realize that he may not have been there a lot of the times, and that he's there for this specific witness. I think that could be damning for, in the eyes of a jury. Like, oh snap!
Oh yeah,
he's here, he's back there. He hasn't been here, but he's here for this guy.
Well, I will say, though, it's a pool. It's all a lottery pool as far as the media goes. So they pick names out of a hat, basically. And he, so he got picked for today. So if you don't see him there, it means his name wasn't picked out of the hat. Or, for example, I can't even see without my glass.
He might
without my other glasses.
Name in the hat, Margaret, only because, like I said, he's been in so many hearings and he's in so much. He's right in the throes of his own issues.
Yeah.
But to your point, he might have just gotten lucky, but I find it very lucky
Literally. That he's getting lucky now. Lucky Loprin.
All right, so I'm pulling these up. Sorry about that. Okay, so we got them on your Twitter. So I'm doing it through my virtual cam. That way I'm not messing with the feed at all. So sorry, bear with me.
You're so good, Kate. None of us
Yeah.
can do what you're doing right now. Drag from my Twitter onto yours and then get it up here. Thank you, Kate.
All right.
Oh,
So
wow.
I guess it's going to be audio because it's a little bit funny, but let me
That's pretty good that you can do that. I'm impressed.
okay. Oh, let me make sure that the audio is on. Okay.
Happy to report that I can hear you guys now.
Oh,
Great.
yay.
Right on.
Thank God.
All right, so here's the first one.
There's no audio.
And John, you're back in the room now if you're still listening.
Shoot, we can't hear it.
Oh, hold on. You can't hear it?
No.
No.
Weird. It should be sharing the. Hold on.
Hey, Dan, nice to meet you, by the way. I don't think
Nice
I've
to
been on with
meet
you
you.
before.
No,
Yeah,
this
where
is
are
the first time.
Where are you from?
I'm from Texas.
Oh.
I'm a bit of ways away.
That's great. Oh,
God,
welcome to
I'm
Mass.
gonna have to just somebody keep an eye on the feed because I'm gonna drop
Yeah.
it for a second.
I do have a question. So I'm a football fan, and I see when I'm watching the game and the quarterback's doing their thing, there's a rhythm, there's those type of things, and when the quarterbacks change, there's a lack of rhythm and some confusion sometimes. With so many lawyers on Karen Reed's team and how often they're switching back and forth, does it feel like they're off rhythm in certain places compared to where like Hank, who's been the quarterback for majority of this trial, it seems like he's just hammering away. Do you guys see that as well?
Dan, I've been pointing that out probably on a daily basis, that the fact that the face of this game is Hank Brennan and the back seat that Alan Jackson has taken is stunning to me, that he would relinquish to Alessi. I mean, it's going seconds.
Yeah.
All right, so you should be able to hear this now.
Because he's a big lucky pussy. That's it.
Yep.
He is. He's a
Heard that
big
loud and clear.
fucking pussy, and he's a lying piece of shit who knows about the fact that John O'Keefe was not there. He can testify to it, and he's choosing not to. So fuck every single person out there defending this useless fucking maggot, Lucky Lawford. He can burn in hell with the rest of them. And by the
Wow.
way, this is the most important witness in this whole fucking thing, is Lucky Lawford. And so fuck all these people like, oh, his wife died. Okay, I'm sorry your wife died. Sorry, but you don't get to play the victim card and obstruct justice, because Lucky Lawford is a useless fucking county piece of shit who is covering up a murder. This is the most all right. So I didn't cover a couple things earlier in the first thing I want to get to is the Lucky Lawford thing, because I saw people in the comments feeling bad for this guy. I fucking hate this piece of shit. This guy's an asshole. Fuck Lucky Lawford. So his name is Bryan Lawford.
That's not even all of them.
No, it's not.
No, it's
That's
not even all
insane.
of
Real
them.
subtle,
man.
hey?
Yeah,
How subtle is that?
It's not even the worst of them, honestly.
No.
The
no.
worst of
Right.
them where he says, "Lucky, I'm you should be afraid of me, not afraid
Yeah.
of the Alberts." Blah blah
Right.
blah. Like,
I'd
yeah.
love
Yeah.
to have that one because I have to talk about this case tonight on Canton Confidential.
Yeah, I'll get
So-
those to you. Just
Yeah.
I'm sure Kevin has your email. I'll email them over.
Yeah.
And I do have the feed open, and it's just ceiling fan, so just to
Okay.
I got it back.
ease people's anxiety in that. But yeah, what is? Are they going to get to play this in court? Is this what they're arguing about now?
I don't know.
I would assume so, since they're broaching in that direction.
I mean, you play this in court, and then Sue O'Connell's still going to be cozying up to Turtle Boy during lunch. I mean, it's just
Of course you will.
unbelievable.
Business is business, Kevin. Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I don't think we're going to get to see those and others. I wish we were, but I don't think he's even going to go for it. Although to me, the door is opened.
Yeah, I think the judge might. I think she wants people to see this. She's well aware of this has been going on, and I think she's upset about it. And I think if there's a legal way for her to let this, Margaret, what do you think? Discuss the law on this about what are the considerations about letting this in?
Well, the consideration would be it would be unduly prejudicial to the defendant, Karen Reed.
Well, it's not about Karen. It's just about the
I
intimidation
know,
of the witness.
but it is. I understand that, but it's still it might be considered unduly prejudicial. That's I'm trying to think of it as an appealable issue down the road.
Right.
Only if they mention the communications between Karen and Turtle Boy. But if they don't mention that and they just show this clip to show that the context of Lucky might have been intimidated, which is what Hank was focusing on.
That would be great if they could get it in. That would be. I'm just trying to think of what the judge will do with it.
Right.
I don't know. Kevin and Margaret, to your point, it's like when murder, photos are not allowed in, even though they so speak to the truth of the matter. If some judges will decide they're just too prejudicial and won't allow them in, and it seems so unfair.
Yeah.
And so it's kind of that situation.
It is. It's very similar, but it does go to it goes to the credibility of witnesses for the defense. It even goes back to Barros. Was he pressured at any time by the blogger? So I think it is important for the jurors to see that, gee, there might be some witness intimidation going on behind the scenes. Now we'll see. It would be very interesting if they allow that in. That it would be. I mean, that's quite intimidating.
Yeah.
And I mean, then Lucky Loughran also seems like on the surface when he was testifying on direct, he seems like he comes across as, I thought, a credible somebody who's trying to do the right thing. He's dressed nicely for the court. He has respect for the court. So this would, if that could come in, it would really undermine his credibility.
I think he was an effective witness in terms of being articulate. Hank did the best he could to kind of undermine him, but I thought he was an effective witness for the defense, to be honest about it. So
yeah,
I don't know what degree it causes a problem, but because you're asking the jury to buy into something pretty absurd, the idea that and they haven't even presented any theory on that through any of their witnesses that John was in the house, but we know at some point we're going to hear about Data saying he went up and down 3 flights of stairs.
Yeah.
So
I just had a horrible thought. So Karen is very dialed into local rumors in Canton. I think some of her early defense strategies and theories were based off, the grapevine, what she heard about people in the neighborhood, specifically conflating an issue with a local youth with Colin, right?
Right.
So I'm going to assume that she was aware of Lucky. And when she said maybe he was hit by a plow, do you think one of her initial thoughts was hanging it on Lucky?
Interesting.
Like if she knew there was a guy with maybe cognitive issues and nearsighted or farsighted, he said, that she doesn't seem to have limits on who she attacks. She has no problem sending, bloggers and more after families, their children. I mean, I don't think she has limits, so that's goddamn.
I always thought she'd go after Higgins. Oh, sorry, Dan. I always thought she'd go after Higgins because he has that plow attachment on the front. I thought they would try to twist this for him hitting him.
Ah.
Right.
Another thing as far as the intimidation thing here, so at the time that clip that Kate just played from Turtle Boy, by that time, the state police still had not interviewed Lucky. They didn't interview him until September of 2023, so very late in the game. So it would be a factor if what he was going to say to the troopers might have been affected by what he was afraid of because of the blogger and the mob that was well underway at that point.
Well, and to Proctor's, side of why he didn't talk to Lucky, he spoke to a supervisor who said nobody plowed Fairview. Remember, they're worried about main thoroughfares. That is not a main thoroughfare. And that's why he wasn't interviewed. And everybody made a big deal about that. But it really was a snafu in their department.
Right. And
just seeing Jeff's comment here asking, do I see any danger in playing the Turtle Boy clips because he vehemently is defending Karen Reed? Turtle Boy is claiming she's in it. I think it would do far more damage to Karen than anything.
I agree.
I agree.
Yeah, that would be devastating. Absolutely devastating.
Huge. That would be, if he could get this in, it would be a game changer.
Mm-hmm.
If Hank could get it in.
It would definitely draw the attention of the jury. I mean, it's jarring to hear what he's saying there, and to realize, and then I don't know if the jury be aware of it if they're just hearing it, but to realize that man is sitting there in court with the jury, that he's sitting there possibly intimidating this witness right now as we speak.
I'm texting my judge friend and seeing what he thinks about it.
Did you hear this? Sue O'Connell is saying that the clips are coming in.
Good.
Really? Oh,
Okay.
Good for you that you can multitask and watch Twitter and everything all at once. Kate, you need to give me some lessons on my technology.
I'm happy to help anybody when I can. It'll be a lot easier once this trial wraps up. My estimation is that the defense will rest sometime early next week.
Yeah.
And then, of course, there's the rebuttal. But right now, unfortunately, I'm like round the clock, workload at night, streaming during the day.
Yeah.
Jen knows, she's been very patient with me as I slide by deadlines all the time. But it'll be a lot better once this is over, I think.
Hey, did you all talk about it? I might have missed it yesterday. All I did was watch the testimony and fast forward through some of the combo. Sorry, I normally love to listen. But what did you guys think of the Alessi meltdown? Margaret, I can't wait to hear your opinion. Well, everybody's opinion on it. I thought it was straight out of a scene of A Few Good Men. I object. No, I strenuously object. I really object.
Oh God! When he turned into Scary Mason, yeah, it was just more of the same. If he's not screaming about his weird little hands, he's pounding the table, and it's to be expected. If I hadn't seen it before, maybe I'd be more sensitive to it. But that's Alessi doing his thing.
Yeah.
Really quick. Now, again, I'm multitasking with what people are saying, and now somebody's saying, no, it's not been in yet, according to Sue O'Connell. So they seem to be going back. So rumors might be running amok. So we'll see what really is happening.
I'm texting my friend, the judge friend, quickly just to see.
Sue O'Connell is a terrible source of information.
Well, that was the other thing.
I'm going on with her tonight now.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Hey, she's cozied up to a guy.
I mean,
I was just gonna say she cozied up to a guy we just saw vehemently threatening a man with disabilities. Just saying, not somebody I'd be stoked to be in public with, but
I distrust the media by default, especially after this case, and I have a very dim view of some people there. I just think, I understand that television is, it's driven by ratings, and ratings mean money and blah, blah, and all that. But I just feel like there's a responsible way to do this that I don't feel like is being done very often. Mm-hmm. This is infotainment at this point. I would not call it news any longer.
Yep.
Agreed.
So the article was let in. We don't know about any clips. We don't even know if he has clips. I'm sure he does, but
who
don't know.
Hank must have those clips.
Hank has clips, baby.
How bad is the article?
What's that?
How bad is the article? I've not heard of the article either.
It's a Turtle Boy article. So it's bad. That's the answer.
Yeah, there are no good ones. No, not that I've seen. Yeah.
Well, I understand his, him being live and emotional and saying things. He might be a little bit more extravagant in his choice of words versus his articles. Are his articles as vulgar as well?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I truly don't know. I've never seen anything of his.
This is not a drill. This is not him performing. He really is a sociopath. It's real. Yeah, that's just who he is as a person. So whether he can sit and think on it for an hour or if he's just spurting off at the mouth, you're always going to get the same level of just toxic garbage because he is a rotten human being.
I thought it was interesting that he brought out that Lucky follows the blogger.
Yes.
It kind of
Right.
Good.
got covered up, they went on to other things, but that was to me, that was a big moment. I don't know if it landed.
It landed
He's
on me.
probably
for me.
afraid not to.
Well, he claims that he follows him, but he doesn't watch or read anything.
Right.
Yeah, how could that be?
Yeah.
I don't believe Lucky 1 minute. I'm sorry. He just was too all over the place, but that's not to say that in watching him, I know I probably shouldn't feel this way, but I do have some sympathy for the guy. I feel like he's just been so manipulated by the mob. That's how it feels to me.
Yeah, I
He
definitely
also
feel
denied receiving
sympathetic.
compensation, and we know that's not true.
Yeah, I feel sympathetic to a degree. I mean, I don't know if he has. Yeah, he's got cognitive issues, so just by default, I kind of little built-in sympathy there.
I also agree. I don't think there's any chance he gets the clips in, but if he does, Margaret and everyone, wow, it's going to be a big moment.
I would. Talk about theatrical. It would be a theatrical moment that would go like viral times a million. I mean, my God, if he could get that in. I can't see it happening. My gut is that he won't be able to get it in. That's just my gut feeling as a lawyer.
What do you think about the possibility of getting in the article or sections of the article? Do you think
I'd like to see the art? I haven't really read the article yet. I've got to read that as well. But maybe it depends on what it says. Yeah, they must be having a long. Oh no. Okay. Are they at Sidebar right now? Are they discussing this at all? Do you know, or is everybody on a break?
I think they're on break.
Everybody's on a break. Okay.
I was going to ask if any of you all had a chance to watch. I haven't done a show in 2 weeks because I've just been so busy working. But if you guys got a chance to watch our show last night, I mean, I had 5 lawyers on.
I heard you had a great panel. I did hear you had a great panel.
You know what? I'll rewatch it. I know I didn't have a chance, but I would love to watch it.
We kept it pretty concise. Everybody was limited to only 90 seconds to speak.
Wow.
And we had basically lawyer Schiff and Franz take on me and Dubé. And then the moderator was Kirk Nurmi, famous for his representation of Jodi Arias. And anyway, I really liked it because nobody could talk over each other. And it was really a lot of, I think, good legal information. I really enjoyed doing it.
I'll watch it. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Margaret.
I love watching great shows where they have a lot of debate, but people aren't talking over each other. Remember the Vinny Live? That was when I first did it. That was hard to get a word in, at least for me.
No, I hear you. Sometimes it's tough too because of the delay. Like I'm all the way in the West Coast, right? So there's an added. I gotta watch my pauses and everything. It can be tough with the best intentions.
Yeah, Court TV was trying to play around over the last several months with a different format where they would send us an email saying they want to go with a looser format where anybody can just jump in. But it's really hard to do that virtually. Yeah. You could maybe do that. People are all in the same studio, but even then it's tough. But they were trying around with it and it wasn't really working too well. Everybody would just kind of sit there like wanting to be prompted by questions because they didn't want to interrupt somebody else. And it was it's hard that way.
I am so out of, for my channel specifically, I'm really do so much victim stuff and missing stuff. I'm really not even hitting my audience, but this this is just so important to me because of that angle, because of how the witnesses in this case were so victimized by this defense team and Karen Reed. You know, that just, this has the skew and the slant that I've never seen in a case before like this.
Yeah.
There's so much to learn from this case, you know, just as a civilian, non-lawyer, non-law enforcement watching this, fascinating to see all these legal issues. But for me, a big issue is the way people weigh evidence. It bothers me. Oh, John is maybe back. We'll try to bring him in. But this abuse of the idea of what is reasonable doubt when they zero in on just every little thing. And if you just look at a piece of evidence in isolation, there's almost always going to be some level of doubt. But if you don't look at the totality of the evidence, you're making a mistake. And I find a lot of lawyers on court TV doing this, and it kind of troubles me, to be honest.
Hey, Kevin.
Are you here, John? Good. Sorry, I can hear you. I can hear everybody now.
Okay. You know what? The fact that Turtle is even in the courtroom, it reminds me of Godfather 2 when Frank Italia is
I love it.
on Capitol Hill, and they bring in his brother from Italy, and right there, with the guy doesn't even have to say anything, and he starts changing his testimony. I also, I just wonder, could Hank play these clips to impeach, because Lucky opened the door saying that he was not in any way influenced or intimidated by the blogger. So he did say that he goes on his blog. He did say that people were contacting him. So I mean, did he open the door so he could play it and say, so you mean to tell me you were not intimidated when you saw that?
It's a close call, John, I would say, because, you know, he claims he wasn't intimidated, and it's all personal, right? So it would be personal to Lucky. I mean, he could claim, oh, nothing intimidates me. So I don't know. The issue we were discussing is it going to be too prejudicial for the defendant in this case?
Yeah.
To introduce it.
Hey,
Too inflammatory,
Kevin,
prejudicial. It would be fireworks. Oh man, but I don't know.
We
if the
want to
judge would
see
allow
it.
Could
Yeah.
Kevin, could I just also mention your moment on Court TV last night with Nick Rocco? So I had posted that I had heard that Karen herself sends talking points, and some of these people may not realize talking points are it's very common when you see someone making the rounds on the Sunday morning political talk shows, whether it's Meet the Press, Face the Nation, and it's the same person. You know, they're given talking points, and this is what they're going to say, you know, to represent the Democrat Party or the White House or whoever it may be. So when I mentioned, Nick Rocco got really defensive when I mentioned that I believed, like other people, and have heard, that that's what she's doing when she's on her phone or on a computer. She's sending talking points in real time to certain people. And last night, Kevin, on Court TV, when you went after him, rightfully so, where he then started talking about Proctor swabbed John's, hoodie, right? And then he said, well, I'll have to go back and check my notes. Well, to me, that's a perfect example that he didn't fully comprehend the talking points that were sent to him, and he was just regurgitating, because if that was his original work, he would be able to cite, no, this is where this came from. I just curious what everybody thought. To me, that was a perfect example that, he's given a script to say and then regurgitate. And if there's any pushback, he has nowhere to go because it's not his original work.
Yeah, I felt bad to what Jen was just talking about, the interruptions. I don't like to do it, and I don't like to do it on national TV. I'm sure Court TV isn't thrilled about it. But, the way that it works is Nick puts out a lot of false claims like that, and then it doesn't come back to me until the next segment. And by then the topic has changed, the question has changed, so I don't get to debunk them. And generally when Nick goes up, he might put out 7 or 8 things that are false, and it's hard for either me or Joe to debunk each one of them. So I felt compelled to interrupt at that point last night, because him saying that Michael Proctor swabbed John's clothing is so absurd. I mean, it's just the idea that a trooper is going to do that. Everything is specialized in those investigations. That'd be like saying Michael Proctor did the chip off and got the vehicle data. No, it's everything is specialized in these investigations. You got the cars teams, the CERT team. I forget the name of the criminal team that goes out and documents the evidence gathering at the site. They're all different teams there, and it's specialized. And Proctor's job is to manage them and make sure everybody's informed about where they have to be at a certain time. He's as I described last year, he's kind of a case manager. But yeah, they get to keep saying things like that. It's unbelievable.
It makes no sense that they don't have a law enforcement representative up there, because they can speak to all of these issues. There is no way Proctor had anything to do with swabbing. It's so absurd, and it just tells you the lack of understanding and expertise Nick Rocco has of law enforcement or anything. He's spoon-fed, and to me, I think he's propagating falsehoods purposefully.
There's a good question in chat here. Voice of Reason says, do you think introducing the intimidation will frighten the jury into voting not guilty for fear that they will be similarly targeted?
Oh, that's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't know.
I don't
hope
think so.
Not.
Yeah,
I hope not too, but
you guys, Hank has, and you were talking about it earlier, Hank has such a rhythm with this jury. When he speaks, when he gets up, I just think he's developed a very strong rapport. I was telling someone when he gets up, and I think there is some disarray because of all the different attorneys. Remember, Yannetti was silent for weeks. Jackson, AJ was silent for weeks. It was just the Alessi show. But when Hank gets up, I was telling someone, it reminds me if you go to the airport and you see the people scanning around, and then how they react when they recognize who it is that came to greet them. And there's nothing wrong with the other people in the crowd, but they lock on like, okay, there's, whoever, my ride or my brother or husband or wife. And I noticed that the jury, Hank just has, he's been in front of them for so long, and they also see the way the witnesses respond to him. They see the way the judge responds to him. I no matter what they're putting on right now, I just don't think it trumps Dr. Welcher and Dr. Wolf. And I think maybe I've said it before, Kevin, but Dr. Wolf, to me, I mean, it was just such a powerful moment in that courtroom when he was talking about John's brain and the damage done. And as I think I've also told everybody, I mean, to me right now, okay, so Lucky didn't see him as he was plowing. So what? Like in that courtroom, it is still, she went forward, then reversed at 24 miles an hour, and his phone never moved again. So like, where are we going with this? And a dog bite, and the plow driver supposedly didn't see anything. But like, to me, none of that changes the dynamic of what happened prior, which I thought was very strong testimony.
And by the way, John, he corroborates everyone who didn't see him because it was too dark. He was too obscured. He was
Good
in a
point.
so long. It would almost be odd if he saw him.
Right.
He wouldn't have helped him.
Yeah. I think you guys, Hank, I think right now, unless they puncture it, he's got the murder too. And I think even you can hear them coming back. The Ryan Nagel with her hands on 10 and 2. That's like a race car driver. That is not relaxed. That is someone with intent.
All right, so hopefully we'll get to see this clip.
All right, Mr. Brennan.
So I have just a few more questions. When I had mentioned about meeting the defense investigator on June 5th, 2023, I misspoke. It was June 5th, 2024. Does that sound more like it?
Yes.
June 5th, 2024, was that shortly before you testified before?
Yes.
You were asked on redirect examination whether any dumpsters got any attention about this case. The question I was asking is, did you notice things that might have been open and obvious? And you have no memory of an actual dumpster in the area, correct?
Correct.
If I could have on the screen Exhibit 37, still photo from that clip. May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Sure.
It's a video that I'll stop at a certain point.
Okay.
Exhibit 71. And sir, do you notice the big red dumpster to the right side across from Fairview?
Yes.
Okay, you can take that down. Sir, when we started the break, I'd asked you some questions. I showed you a document, asked you if you were aware what was inside that document, and you mentioned that was around June 5th, 2023. That was before your last testimony in this case?
Yes.
And you knew that a person or persons were putting out private pictures of you online?
I did notice.
And those private pictures, you didn't give anybody permission or want that attention, did you?
I did not.
In fact, it wasn't just some private pictures, it was pictures taken from a number of different times in your life, correct?
Yes.
You never gave anybody permission to do that?
I did not.
You didn't want people talking about you or asking you questions? That was none of their business, did you?
I did not.
And it was embarrassing that you were being made this public spectacle when you had done nothing wrong, correct?
Ask it differently.
Was it embarrassing what they were doing to you?
I wouldn't say embarrassing as more as aggravating.
In fact, they were calling your boss. Yes?
I'm going to allow that.
Yes.
And you mentioned how hard you work.
Yes.
Plow, you even used to deliver peaches to 8 years.
Yes.
Zamboni, anytime you can work, you try hard, don't you?
I do.
And when someone's calling your boss, giving undue attention to you, didn't it create some concern it could affect your livelihood?
I did not think it was going to affect me in that manner.
In addition to dragging you into this, because of you, your brother was dragged into this, wasn't he?
Ask it differently.
When you were getting this information about what was happening, you learned that they were also dragging your brother into this because of you, correct?
I'll sustain that.
Did you learn that information was coming out about your brother?
I knew my brother was dealing with other issues regarding this case.
And certainly, you're close with your brother.
Yes.
You care for your brother.
Yes.
You did not want to upset anybody and have more attention brought onto your brother, did you?
I did not.
And there was an attempt to link your brother to one of the Alberts, in fact, correct?
Yes.
As well as you.
I don't know if I was being linked.
Did you know the information of trying to so-called out you about the fact that you work for Chris Albert?
I'm going to sustain that the way it's phrased.
Were you aware when your friends and family were telling you about what was going on, about an attempt to draw a relationship between you and the Alberts?
No.
And were you aware when people were telling you what was happening, that there was attacks on you personally, like finances and things like that?
Yes, I was aware of that.
And certainly, that is pretty discouraging when that is happening and you've done nothing wrong, isn't it?
It was, again, aggravating.
And this was all happening before you came in and testified last time at trial.
Correct.
After you testified, things got better?
I wouldn't say better. It's gotten a little more easily manageable.
You were no longer being harassed, you were being embraced.
Correct.
May I approach?
Yes.
Showing you a photograph, do you recognize that?
I do.
Is that part of the embracing process after you testified a certain way at the last time?
It was after I testified, yes.
With redactions alone, we move to introduce a select portion of this.
So I need to see what that is. Come to Sidebar and make this very brief, please.
It looks like it's going to be very brief, just a heads up.
I thought they
How
had settled this.
shameless? How shameless do you have to be to intimidate a guy like that? Like,
I know. And then it's a lot of, like, some people in the media to want to link your brand to this guy. And it's not like that's an isolated incident. This is what he's been doing for 2 years and really his whole career. But
So that's next in evidence, Madam Clerk. Madam Court Reporter, please.
212.
And I just showed you a photograph. Was that a fair and accurate depiction of you after your last testimony?
Yes.
Reflecting you now being embraced rather than attacked?
Yes.
Could we show the photo, please, Ms. Gilman, with the court's permission?
Yes.
And that's you, Mr. Laughlin?
Yes.
You can take that down, please. Thank you for your time.
Just very briefly, sir, if I might, Your Honor.
Sure.
Mr. Laughlin, I should say. The questioning about the attention that you received in 2023 when you received secondhand the information from the blogger, was that before or long after you were interviewed and gave a statement to the defense investigator in February of 2022?
It was long after.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Okay. All right, Mr. Loughlin, you are all set, sir. Okay. Is there another witness, Mr. Chairman?
The defense calls Xana Kernodle.
All right, do you need to see me before as she's coming in, or will that be in a while?
I can't remember.
Why don't you come on up really quickly?
okay, so I'm not sure if we need to bring people in. She said really quickly, so let's take her at a word on this. And I'm just going to duck back out and
We can have the witness. Identification.
Follow me. Everybody step up. Face the clerk and raise your right hand, please.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court, jury, in the case now hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes. Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell both your first name and your last name?
Sure. My name's Karina Kolakithis. It's Karina. Last name Kolakithis. Kolokithas.
That's almost as bad as you know.
It's long.
In what town do you live, ma'am?
I live in Canton.
How long have you lived there?
We've lived there for 22 years.
Where did you grow up?
So I initially grew up in Randolph, and then we moved to Braintree, and I finished my last 3 years of high school and stayed there till I was married.
And where did you go to school after high school?
So after high school, I went to Northeastern University. I did the pharmacy program there.
And what is your profession?
I'm a pharmacist.
How long have you worked as a pharmacist?
So total years is about 30 years as a pharmacist, but I have been at my current job for about 24 years.
Are you married?
I am married.
To whom?
His name is Nicholas Kolakithis.
How long have you been married for?
24 years.
Do you have children?
I have 2 children.
And without giving us their names, can you tell us if you have boys or girls and what their ages are?
So I have 2 girls. One is 19 and one is 17.
Have you raised your children in Canton?
Yes, I have.
Do your children play sports, or had they played sports in Canton?
I have both girls played sports in Canton. One actively is playing sports there, and one is in college, so she's not playing sports.
Understood. What sports have your girls played?
So they primarily played basketball, and my youngest plays lacrosse as well.
From raising your children in Canton and attending their sporting events, I'm assuming, have you met other parents with children on your daughter's teams?
Yes, I have.
Specifically, did you come to know Jennifer and Matthew McCabe?
Yes, I have.
And is that the way that you came to know them?
Correct. Typically, that's how we came to become friends with people, through the sports.
Now, prior to January 28th of 2022, how long had you known Jennifer McCabe specifically?
I would say about 10 years or so.
And during that time, what was the nature of your relationship with Jennifer McCabe?
So we were just friends through the kids. Multiple kids did different sports. They played on different sports teams, so we were friends through that.
And how often, or if at all, did you socialize with her and or her husband?
So typically, sometimes if the kids had play dates, it was mostly my youngest daughter, to be honest. So my youngest daughter and one of her daughters were good friends and played on similar sporting teams. So they would have play dates and stuff like that. So sometimes we'd see them after a game, or if they had a play date or something like that.
And I'm sorry, it's a little loud with the fan. If the last part of your answer, if I didn't hear it, I'm thinking the jurors might not have heard that. You said it was mostly after games?
After sporting, after play dates or, sports and stuff like that.
I see. And would there be times where, after a game you go out for pizza, that type of thing?
Yeah, you'd go out for pizza, or the girls would be like, "Hey, Mom, can we have a play date? Can a couple of the girls, come over the house and,
okay,
do stuff like that?"
Prior to January 28th of 2022, did you know John O'Keefe?
So I knew John O'Keefe same way. His niece and my younger daughter were good friends, are good friends. So same thing, we knew him through the sports as well. My husband coached his niece in a couple of teams, and they also played soccer together, so that's how we knew John.
And do you remember how long you would have known him for before January 28th of 2022?
I would say about 9 years or so.
And what was the nature of that relationship?
Friendly. Didn't go out with him, but we were friends. We saw him all the time. He would, take my younger daughter with him. We just saw him all the time. So weekly, I would say.
Sure. What about Karen Reed? Did you know Karen Reed prior to January 28th of 2022?
So same thing, met Karen through John. And I believe the first time I met her was at Jennifer McCabe's house sometime in 2020.
2020?
Correct.
So this would have been during the pandemic?
Correct.
And do you see Karen in the courtroom today?
I do.
Would you please point her out and describe what she's wearing?
She is wearing a blue suit at the table with her lawyers.
Okay. May the record reflect that the witnesses identified Ms. Reed?
Okay.
Now, prior to January 28th of 2022, how often would you have seen or interacted with Karen Reed in any capacity, if you know?
So Karen sometimes would come to watch games of John's niece. So I would see her there and we would just casually talk.
And what was the nature of your relationship with her prior to January 28th of 2022?
We were friendly.
All right. Now, directing your attention to January 28th of 2022, do you recall that being a Friday?
Correct.
What did you do that day?
So that day I worked.
As a pharmacist?
Correct.
Do you recall what your hours were?
Approximately, I would say 8 to 4:30 that day.
What plans did you have after work?
So after work, my plans were to go to the Canton High basketball game to watch my daughter play.
And what plans came up for before the game that night?
So before the game, before I left work, there was a text that went around saying that some of the parents were going to meet at the Canton Junction before the game, and if anybody wanted to stop by and grab a bite to eat.
And what is the Canton Junction?
So it used to be like a little pub/restaurant in Canton.
Did you go to the Canton Junction?
So I went home first because I had a bag I had to switch out of because we have to have plastic clear bags at work. So anyway, so I went home and then after that I stopped at the Canton Junction.
Okay. And did you go alone or with someone?
So I went by myself.
And when you got there, did you see people that you knew?
Correct. So I walked in and there was a bunch of parents there from the varsity teams, the varsity team.
And, excuse me, was either John O'Keefe or Karen Reed there?
They were not there.
What about Jennifer McCabe and or Matthew McCabe, her husband?
I believe Matthew McCabe was there. I don't believe Jennifer went to the Canton Junction.
Now, how long were you at the Canton Junction for?
I would say less than an hour.
Do you recall about what time it was that you would have been leaving there?
I'm not really sure. The game started at 6:30, so before 6:30.
All right. And when you left the Canton Junction, where did you go?
I went to Canton High School to watch the game.
And in the gymnasium, with whom did you sit to watch your daughter's basketball game?
I'm not sure who I sat with, but it would have been those parents from the varsity team, whoever was there and wherever there was a spot.
Was it generally a custom that the parents of all the kids on the team would kind of congregate together in the stands?
Correct.
Do you recall what time the basketball game ended?
I believe the game ended around 8:30.
Where did you go after the basketball game?
So after the game ended, I went down and waited on the court for my daughter to come out of the locker room, greeted her, the players, and then I said to everybody, I'm going home.
Okay. And you did go home?
Correct. I went home after the game.
And having now made it home, what were your plans that night?
So my plans were to stay home. I was tired. I worked all day, watched the game. I was pretty much done with the day. So my plans were to stay home.
At some point, did those plans wind up changing?
So then I started getting text messages from my husband saying, you should come out. We're going to go to the Waterfall. And I said, no, I'm not coming.
And what is the Waterfall?
So that's a restaurant that has a bar, and it's on in Canton on Washington Street.
Okay, so you've given your husband the stiff arm, so
Correct.
to speak, right? You're
Correct.
not going.
Not going.
So what happens?
So then he keeps on texting me. He's like, I'm at the waterfall. You should really come. It's fun. There's a band. And I was like, really? Like, I don't want to go. And then my kids got involved with the conversation.
And how did that affect your decision?
So they started saying to me, Mom, you never go out. You never do anything. You know, Dad's by himself. Just go, keep him company while he eats. So I reluctantly went.
All right, so you were guilted into it.
Guilted 100% into it.
All right, so where did you go?
So then I went to the waterfall.
Do you recall about what time it was that you got to the Waterfall Bar and Grill?
I believe I got there approximately 9:30 or so.
And when you first arrived there, who was there, if anyone, that you recognized?
So my husband was there, and then I recognized Jennifer and Matt McCabe.
And what happened after you got there?
So after I got there, I walked in, and I said to my husband, I'm like, where is everybody from the basketball team? And he said, I don't know. They all sort of split up. He said, don't worry. Just hang out here. I already ordered a sandwich, so just hang out with me while I eat, and then we'll go.
And were you introduced to anyone?
Yeah, so then Jennifer McCabe started introducing me to all her family. You know, so I got to meet a lot of them. It was fun. It was a good time.
And do you recall specifically who you met?
So I think I believe I met. Well, she sort of just introduced me to whoever was at the table. So I'm not sure 100%, but just like the niece, her sister, her brother-in-law, like people like that.
All right, the Albert family?
Correct.
And when you're being introduced to a bunch of people at once, it can be tough to keep everybody's names straight at the time?
Right, it's kind of overwhelming. There was a lot of Jen's family.
Now, what were you drinking that night?
So that night I drank water.
And the whole time you were at the waterfall, did you drink anything else except for water?
I only drank water that night.
Now, was there a point when you were going to leave the waterfall before they closed up for the night?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Sure. You wound up leaving at a certain time, correct?
I never left.
Well, you left because you're in court today. You're not still at the waterfall.
Okay, correct.
So what I'm trying to get at is, at some point you left the waterfall, but was there a point before that where you were planning to go?
Correct.
All right. Tell us about that.
So my husband had eaten, and I said, you know what, I think I'm going to get going. And I was about to get going, and then John and Karen walked in.
Okay. And when you say John and Karen, you're referring to?
John O'Keefe and Karen Reed.
And why did that change your plans?
I was excited to see them. I liked Karen, so as soon as I saw her walk in, I was like, hey, I'm going to stay. I want to talk to her.
And what did you notice about John O'Keefe's mood when he arrived that night?
So John was very happy. His niece had just gotten into a private school called Bishop Fian, and that was like the first thing he was talking about. He was elated that she got in, and he was telling everybody about that.
And thereafter, how much interaction did you have with John and or Karen?
Karen and I probably spent the entire night talking. Maybe give or take some time that we didn't, but the majority of the time Karen and I were speaking together.
And if you had to estimate, how long a conversation did you have with Karen?
Maybe an hour, like 50 minutes out of the hour. Like if we spent like an hour together, perhaps we spoke 50 minutes of those out of that hour.
And without telling us the content of the conversation, what was the subject matter, if you remember?
So Karen was also, she mentioned being excited about Kaylee getting into Bishop Fian. And well, when I first saw her, she first started talking about my daughter. So I saw her, she came in, she greeted me, and when we did start talking, she just started talking about my daughter and how much she really loved my daughter's relationship with John's niece.
Okay. And while you were having this conversation with Karen, was it an easy conversation back and forth?
Very easy.
Where were you located within the waterfall while you were having this conversation?
We were at a I don't remember where we were talking. We were sitting down talking at a table.
And how close did you get to her when you were speaking with her?
In order for someone to hear you, because of the band being so loud, we were probably a couple feet from each other.
And in what direction were you facing when you were speaking to her? And I'm talking in relation to Karen.
I don't remember if she was next to me at this point. She could have been next to me at this point.
All right, and your face would have been facing where?
At her.
Okay, that actually was the question. I'm sorry, this is kind of a stilted way to talk, but I have to ask the questions this way.
We were face to face.
There you go. All right, so in other words, Karen was also facing you when she was speaking to you?
Correct.
Did you notice what Karen was drinking?
So she was drinking a drink out of, it was a clear liquid out of a clear glass, and I assumed it to be alcohol of some sort, but I'm not sure.
And while you were talking with her, can you describe, was the conversation coherent?
Very coherent.
Was she making sense?
She was.
Was she engaged in the conversation?
She was.
And did you make any observations regarding her sobriety?
She seemed fine to me.
And you're a pharmacist, correct?
I am a pharmacist.
And you were that night?
I was that night.
How much interaction did you see that Karen had with John O'Keefe?
They had some interaction.
And was there one specific interaction that stands out in your mind, then and today? And I'm talking about a physical interaction.
When they hugged at one point.
Okay. And did John come over to Karen at one point and do something?
He did.
What did he do?
So John went over to Karen and he gave her a kiss on the forehead.
Okay. And that kiss on the forehead, why did that stand out to you?
So honestly, I'd never seen something like that before, a boyfriend do to a girlfriend in public. Never saw that. So it just stood out to me. I was like, wow, that's the sweetest thing I've ever seen.
Can we queue up Exhibit 22, Mr. Wolk? I'd like to go to approximately 11:36 and 41 seconds. And if we can, well, first of all, have you seen that video before, ma'am?
I have.
Do you recognize what Exhibit 22 depicts?
It shows the waterfall.
And is that consistent with what it looked like when you were there that night?
Correct.
And you've previously identified that as being a fair and accurate video of that night?
I do.
If we could zoom in, well, first of all, again, let me try and lay a foundation. Where would you be, if you recall, at the waterfall within that video? To the right, to the left?
I'm in the right, in the black top, sitting on a chair.
Okay, could we zoom in on that area, Mr. Wolf? Okay, we've zoomed in. Do you see yourself?
I do.
And where are you seated?
So there's a white jacket on the back of a chair. That's me.
And do you see anybody else in that video that you now recognize?
I see Brian Higgins.
Okay. And when you say Brian Higgins, is that somebody that you had known prior to that night?
I did not know Brian.
He was one of the people you were introduced to?
Correct.
And you since have learned, put the face to the body, or I'm sorry, I should say the name to the body or the name to the face?
Correct.
All right. And where do you see Brian Higgins?
He has like an emblem on the back of like a sweatshirt.
All right, so his back is to the camera?
Correct.
And we have not located that point there. Thank you, sir. May I approach you, please?
Yes.
Now, if you can, ma'am, would you please use that pointer to show where you are first.
That's me.
Okay. And Brian Higgins?
That's him.
All right. Do you recognize, at this point in the video, do you recognize anybody else?
Not right now.
Okay. If we could start to play it, Mr. Wolf. And stop for a second. I would ask you, as soon as you recognize somebody else, if you'd speak up and tell us to stop, and we'll pause.
Okay. So right there is Karen's head.
Okay. Is that the back of Karen's head, or?
Correct. So that's the back of her head.
All right.
And then
you're by the way, just so the record's clear, over Mr. Higgins' shoulder, there appears to be a face looking forward on the right shoulder. You see that, right?
correct.
You're not referring to that. You're referring to the long hair that's in back of that face.
Yeah.
Correct?
Could I point to it
Sure.
again? Okay. So I'm referring to that head right there.
Understood. Okay.
And then-
I think you had said something else.
And then that right there is John O'Keefe with the hat.
Okay. There's a ball cap.
Correct.
And on the video, as we're looking at it, it's to the right, up the top. It's to the right of the PM chyron there.
Right
up the
to the
top
right
of the screen.
Correct. Sorry.
If we could continue to play. Stop. What do you see?
So I see John giving Karen a kiss on the forehead.
Is that what you saw that night?
I did. I was looking right at them when it happened.
You were facing them.
I was facing them.
And what about Mr. Higgins? Where was he facing?
It appears that he's facing them as well.
That happened right in front of him.
That's what it looks like.
If we could play further. Okay, you can stop and we can take that down. Now, that night, did you have any information about the nature of Karen Reed's previous interactions with Bryan Higgins?
None whatsoever.
Okay. How long did you stay at the Waterfall? Or if you recall, about what time you got ready to leave?
I believe things wrapped up around midnight.
And with whom were you leaving around midnight?
So my husband and Matt McCabe stayed behind. They were helping the band clean up and stuff. So it was myself, Jennifer McCabe, and Karen Reed that walked out together.
Okay. And you've previously seen video footage of the end of the night with yourself, Karen, and Jennifer McCabe sort of in a grouping?
Correct.
Excuse me, I'm sorry that I just need to clear my throat. I hope that's the
okay.
last time.
That's okay.
Did you see on that same video at the same time, there's a grouping in another area of the bar at the same time?
Correct.
And do you recall who was in that grouping?
I believe it was Chris Albert, Brian Albert, and Brian Higgins.
Okay. Could we now publish again Exhibit 22? And I'd like from the approximate start time of 11:57 and 42 seconds. And if we could hit play, Mr. Wolf? Oh, I'll tell you what, stop it for a sec, thank you. Could you zoom in, please, on the right portion of that video, the upper right? We'll start with that. Okay. So this is the start of this clip. It looks to be 11:57 and 38. Do you see anybody in that clip that you recognize?
Yes, so I am the person with the jacket with the fur around the hood, and Karen Reed is the other woman that I'm talking to.
All right. We could play that, Mr. Wolf? And right now, do you recognize anybody else in the background of that?
So to the right in the plaid shirt is my husband, Nicholas.
Okay. What about over your left shoulder?
So over my left shoulder is John O'Keefe.
And does that appear to be his back?
Correct.
Okay. You can play. And he was in, stop for a second. He was in your line of vision at that point, correct?
Correct.
What does he appear to be doing?
He appears to be like paying a tab or something like that, or maybe getting a drink. I'm not sure.
Okay, and do you see him looking in a particular direction right now?
He looks to be looking over his left.
Continue to play. Oh, if we could pause for a second. I neglected to ask you to point out with the pointer. We have
I'm
it
sorry.
now, we might as well use it.
Okay.
If you could point to yourself first.
Okay. So that's me.
All right, Karen.
That's Karen.
And John O'Keefe.
That's John.
Okay, continue to play, Mr. Wolf. Stop. Back up just a sec. Oh. I'll tell you when to start. Yep. Play. Stop. Okay. Do you see what direction John O'Keefe is facing now?
He's looking to the left.
Okay. Keep going. Keep going. Stop. What direction is he facing now?
To the left.
And what is over to the left?
I believe that's where the other group of men are located, perhaps.
Okay. Keep playing. And I'd like to run this to 11:58:25. Stop. At this point, his whole body is turned to the left, correct?
Correct.
And he appears to be facing where the other group of men were?
I'm sorry, repeat that?
He appears to be facing in the direction of where the other group of men were?
Correct.
Continue to play, all through until 11:58:25. Okay, that's perfect. Now, keeping the video up, I'd like to now scroll over to the left side of the screen, and we're going to start that at 11:57:42, the same approximate time we started the previous discussion. Stop. Okay. You've previously described the other three men. Are you able to identify them on this video now in this still frame clip?
I believe I am
Okay.
able.
And who do you see?
I see Chris Albert, Brian Higgins, and Brian Albert.
And which one is which?
Chris Albert is the one that grabbed Brian Higgins' arm, and Brian Albert is with his back towards us.
Okay, now I'll ask you to use the pointer and point to Chris Albert, please.
That's Chris Albert.
On the right.
Yep.
Where's Brian Higgins?
That's Brian Higgins.
In the middle?
Yeah, in the middle. And that's Brian Albert,
Okay.
I believe.
And with regard to Brian Higgins, which direction is he facing?
He's facing the left.
He's facing to the left?
I mean, I'm sorry, he's facing to the right.
Okay. And the direction that he's facing in, who's over there?
Sustained.
What is over there? Is that the direction of the bar?
Sustained.
Okay. Continue to play, please. Stop. Did you see he grabbed his arm a second time?
Correct.
And Brian Higgins is facing in which direction this time?
He's facing the bar area.
Continue to play, please. Okay. You noticed some motion that Brian Higgins made?
He waved his
Back
arm.
it up for a second, Mr. Wilk, please. Stop. Did you see a motion that?
He put his left arm up.
Okay. Appeared to be summoning somebody.
Sustained.
Continue to play. I'm sorry, Your Honor. Continue to play. I'll bear that in mind. Okay, we can stop there. Ms. Kolakithis, did you see how many times Brian Higgins motioned with his arm?
Sustained. Kamala versus please, Mr.
Understood, understood. Now, prior to this night, had you known or been aware of Chris Albert?
Just knew him from seeing him at D&E Pizza.
Okay, and you say you've seen him at D&E Pizza in what capacity?
I think he's the owner there at D&E Pizza, and we've gotten pizza there before.
And you'd been in that establishment before?
Correct.
And with regard to Brian Albert, have you had any interaction with him, either that night or before?
So that night, I was introduced to him, and I think I even spoke to him a little bit there, and then maybe saw him like a basketball game. I don't remember him really prior to that night.
Okay. Now, I'd like to play the portion of the video where you are then leaving and ask you some questions about that. Yes, I think we can zoom out and perhaps hit play, Mr. Wolk, at this point. And pause for a sec. If you could use the pointer and just point out again where you are at this point.
That is me.
All right. And are you able to see Karen at that point?
She's right there.
Okay. And what about Jen McCabe? Are you able to see her at that point?
I'm not sure.
Okay. All right. Continue to play, please. And stop for a second. I should have asked you, if you do see Jennifer McCabe enter the picture, could you alert us?
Okay.
Continue to play. When you can turn the lights back on. When you were leaving the establishment, whom did you leave with?
So again, it was myself, Jennifer McCabe, and Karen.
Did anything unusual occur when you were leaving?
So as we were leaving, Jen went over to Karen, kind of put her arm around her, and she started saying, "You're coming with me, you're coming with me." And Karen's like, "Huh? Like, what? Like, where are we going?" And
I'm going to sustain the objection.
first part of that answer, the putting her arm around her, you're coming with me, why did that stand out in your memory?
Just because I was there too, and it just was strange. It was just like, you're coming with me. Like, it was just something that stood out to me.
You weren't included.
I mean, no, it's fine. I mean, it was just stood out, you know? Yeah.
Did Karen go with Jen McCabe?
No, she did not.
What did you see her do?
So then, out of the clear blue, thinking that Karen was going to go with Jen, I see Karen with John.
And where did you see Karen with John?
I saw them just I was parked across Washington Street, across from the restaurant, and I just saw Karen and John like walking down towards what used to be Amber Road, a place.
It used to be Amber Road?
It used to be Amber Road, yeah.
Is that a Amber Road cafe?
Correct. It was like a restaurant. It was like a little cafe shop.
And did you figure out why they were walking in that direction?
That's where I think Karen had parked her car.
Did you have any concerns about Karen being able to drive that night?
I had talked to her all night, and I did not notice anything strange about her. Like, I didn't think anything of it.
And once you parted ways, where did you go?
I went in my car.
And what was your last image of seeing Karen and John that night?
It was just them walking towards the car.
If I may have a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Mr. Brennan?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Was your last image of Karen and John, both of them walking to the car and Karen walking to the driver's side door of that car?
Correct.
That night it was a celebratory mood?
Correct.
Everybody was getting along fine?
Yes, we were. Yes.
You were speaking to the defendant for some time?
Most of the time, correct.
And you saw her at points hugging Jen McCabe?
Correct.
You knew John?
I did.
He was a kind man?
Very kind.
Generous?
Very generous.
Thoughtful?
Very thoughtful.
Soft-spoken?
Yes.
That night was particularly different. He was extraordinarily proud and happy, wasn't he?
Yes, he was.
And you could see him emote about his accomplishment that his daughter got into private school.
Correct.
Did you talk to John that night?
I did.
No further questions, thank you.
All right, Ms. Kolakithis, you are all set.
Okay, thank you.
So why don't I see counsel regarding scheduling?
Anybody have any thoughts about that testimony?
Useless, and I like the cross just to bring out John, more about John back to the victim.
Also that she was driving drunk.
Yep, that was a great point. Sarah, get in the car.
I noted two things that I found to be just a little bit
Actually,
maybe
Ms.
tells,
Kennedy,
and we'll come back in a second. So one was the fact that John kisses Karen on the forehead, and this woman says that's the sweetest thing she's ever seen. I listen, I've spent my life in bars. That nothing sounds unusual or interesting about that. Why is she going out of her way to emphasize that that's the sweetest thing? Because she wants to emphasize that it helps the defense to say that Karen and John were lovey-dovey and we're not having any kind of a friction there. And then,
So I'm going to
and then the
talk
second
to
thing,
lawyers about scheduling. I'm
likewise,
actually going to
is
send you back to the room and bring you back. We will definitely be out of it by 1 o'clock, so we're short. And if they can just, Paul, they could just go back for maybe 10 minutes and we'll bring you right back. So.
All rise for the court, please.
and the second thing was, why is it unusual? And again, I've not only spent my life in the bar industry, but particularly standing at the door at last call and seeing the crowd leave to make sure there's peace. Why was it unusual? Why does it strike this woman as unusual that Jen might put her arm around Karen and say, "Why don't you come with us?" Why would she even note that? Why is she remembering it? All of this is very suspicious to me, as she is there with an agenda. She is trying to help Karen. It's high. Those are not things that someone would normally note in my view.
Well, she and her husband told Karen about the grand jury that was convened against her, right? So, I mean,
Right.
I think it's pretty clear what the motivation is there.
Was friends with Karen for whatever reason, in these little town feuds. Maybe she had some bone to pick with Jen. Maybe she didn't. I'm not saying she. I have no idea. But there seems to be a lot of little feuds that go on in any little town. But for whatever reason, she has decided early on, I can't imagine Karen doing this kind of crime. And then she sees Turtle Boy's article and she buys into it. I think that's what we're looking at here.
Well, remember too, the basketball connection. I didn't get that. Did you hear her say whether Jen McCabe coached her daughter? I didn't hear that discussed, but she was coached. I keep wondering if it could be as small as she didn't get enough playtime. And kids that were in sports like this, I mean, something that little can cause a lot of anger.
Right. Little town thing. You're not in the starting lineup, Yeah. Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead, Margaret. Go ahead.
Absolutely, Ken. My kids played basketball, and I'll tell you, there's a lot of small town stuff that goes on like that. A lot of jealousy. So, you never know. Of course, the jury can't speculate on that, though.
Right. We can, though.
We can. Well, they can bring their common sense and experience in.
Yes.
So I guess that would be part of it.
Right. Just for us to calculate how all these witnesses, how they end up testifying for the defense, why, what's going on here, what's their motive, what's their motivation. I just, I'll never forget this case, because of all these odd little things that keep coming up like that.
I know.
One thing that I thought I didn't like was when the witness was asked about Karen Reed's sobriety, and she gave an opinion, and then it was validated by her being a pharmacist, as if it was some sort of expert opinion. And I think maybe Hank may have missed an opportunity there to go into as far as, what kind of opinion or how much of an expert are you? And then maybe even an opportunity to go into and hammer in the facts about her sobriety, what she did test, her blood alcohol level at the hospital the next morning, etc.
Yeah, so, you're right.
I wish he would have gone down that avenue.
I agree. He missed an opportunity for sure.
Yeah, I caught that too. I'm like, why would a pharmacist have some kind of expertise about drinking or about, alcohol levels? It's just a little stretch to me, but go ahead, Jen.
Oh, I was going to say, I think that's a really good point, but I think he was probably weighing what we are all talking about. What was really the point of this witness? Was it even worthwhile? And I wonder if he was trying to just downplay her, where the jury can't even really remember what she has to say.
Right.
Maybe.
I think they were trying to, sorry about that. No, I was going to say, I think they were just trying to show that video at the end there of them play fighting, which ended in a hug, which is so a stretch. It's such a stretch.
I know. I think it's neither here nor there. I can't believe they're making such a big deal about the play fighting video throughout the entire trial. It's stupid, in my opinion.
Oh, you mean the great sparring session?
Yeah, it's like guys do that all the time. Who cares?
I know.
It means nothing.
Yeah, the theory that they were practicing because back when Turtle Boy first published this story, I'm thinking like, all right, I can picture a bunch of people go to an after hours party. They've been drinking all night and a fight breaks out. I get it. It's a little weird for people in their 40s, but it could happen. But that's not even the defense theory now. The defense theory is that they planned this. It wasn't just like some incident that happened when people were drinking, but they brought him back to ambush him.
I know.
So bizarre that people take this theory seriously. It's another thing they'll never forget. So we're surrounded by people that take this thing seriously. It's just amazing.
Can I digress back to the bite mark, Dr. Russell, for 1 second to make one quick point? This is something I wasn't on yesterday, so I didn't get to make this point. When she said individually and maybe you guys said this, that she could not recognize them as bite marks, but they're patterning their bite marks. I can tell you, if I see a gunshot wound, I don't need to see 5 in a row or how they're scattered out. I know by one wound that it's a gunshot wound. And the fact that she said that to me is absolutely ridiculous and shows she is no expert. Sorry, had to get that in.
Actually, Janet, you just reminded me. There were several questions that came up yesterday that we all, I think, wanted to ask you, but you weren't here in the afternoon. But for instance, we learned that Dr. Russell traveled to court in a limo with Alessi. Now, you've testified in a lot of cases as an expert witness. Have you ever experienced anything like that?
Negative. No limos. Jen, get your Uber. We'll reimburse you. No, there's no. This is so out of sorts, and so how you're not treated. Nobody has ever highlighted a report for me. Nobody's ever written a report for me. Nobody has any idea what my report's going to say until it's submitted. They don't have any input. All they do is give me the evidence. I have a big case coming in right now on a murder. It's coming in. I'm going to sit there and look at it over 2 months. I'm going to give the report in August when it's due to the court, and that's that. No. And when I'm going to come in, I'm literally going to be reimbursed. I'm going to get no special treatment. It's so wrong what's happening here. Really.
Yeah, thank you. I think it's important for people to hear that this is very unusual, because your experience is it's very outside of our experience. Maybe Margaret might have a little bit of experience with that, with preparing expert witnesses from the other side. But this is very outside our normal experience, and it seems weird to us that, forget about the limo, just the fact that she's going to court with Alessi. They're driving to court together, and they're supposedly just talking about the Red Sox. I mean, it just seems ridiculous.
I think it's ridiculous as well. I've never traveled to a court with an expert witness. I mean, I did a lot of civil defense cases with many experts, and we just met at the court. I mean, I don't know. I think that because you could be cross-examined on that. Well, just like what happened yesterday.
Right.
So I think it's sort of it's bordering on opening the door for their little cozy with the defense, right?
Yeah.
These experts. I'm
Janet,
sure
was also,
Hank didn't do it. With his, I'm sure Hank didn't ride in any limos with his experts, right?
Right. And also yesterday, this is a question directed to both you too. Yesterday, so Dr. Russell not only opined obviously on the dog bites, but she further opined that John's injuries or could not have been caused by a vehicle. And this really opened the door for Hank to now start introducing all the other evidence that she didn't consider, everything related to the accident. So the debris field, the vehicle data, he was essentially able to really sum up a big part of his case before the jury. So was that a mistake by the defense to have allowed Dr. Russell to have put that in her report, or could they have stopped her from doing it?
Okay, let me on putting things in a report. No lawyer should really have any input into that. They can ask questions about your different findings, and they will. I mean, a good lawyer will say, wait a minute. I mean, they'll look at it very closely. And I just had a recent case where they said, do we really need to get into that detail? Do we really need to say that? And I just say, we really do need to say that. And we need to get into that detail because I think it's really critical. But lawyers don't influence. Now, sometimes they'll say, is there more expansion on a point you're making? They could say something general like that, but I'm telling you the input typically they have anything to do with the report is nil, almost nil.
Well, could they have said in this case, we only want you to limit your report to whether or not these are caused by a dog? And that way that wouldn't open the door for all that discussion about the evidence related to the vehicle strike.
They could have, especially since she was supposedly brought on as a dog bite expert.
Right.
They could have said that. Like, in other words, some experts have expertise in more than one area. And so, they could be asked to funnel their, and just talk about one area. Yes, that can happen.
Dan, did you watch any of Dr. Russell's testimony? Because you have an experience with a pretty nasty dog bite yourself. I don't know if you got a chance to watch any of it and if it made an impression on you.
Yeah, I did. I thought that she was honestly, I thought that she wasn't being very honest. I think that she's changed her story or her opinions on certain things multiple times. And it just kind of seems like with her and even with I think his name, they called him Lucky today. It seems like they were more adamant of saying, no, that's not what I remember. I'm sticking to my guns. And I'm wondering if somebody told them to do that. Like, oh, just, if they ask you about your memory, just say you don't remember that, and versus actually what was said and what wasn't. And I think it's kind of biting them in the rear when it gets presented to them and they have to admit, all right, yeah, that's what I said. And, I said, for instance, with her, with it being, consistent with a large animal, claw marks or dog or bite marks. But overall, I've looked at those injuries and they are not consistent at all with a dog attack. You have, for one, how high on his arm are they? So we would have to believe that this dog is, he's standing up, right? And so this dog, a German Shepherd, female German Shepherd, is typically a smaller size of compared to a male. So in order for him to reach a 6 foot or her to reach a 6'2" or 6 foot tall man, she'd have to get up. Where are the scratch marks on his chest? I had scratch marks on mine where I got bit. And I only got bit once. She's accusing this dog to have had several like little barely bites. Where is it missing its front paws? Where are the scratch marks on the torso? Where are the scratch marks that are going across, that are intersecting? There are no intersecting scratches on his arms. And so everything goes in one direction, which is to me more consistent with a single incident, a single event incident. And so I just, there's no puncture wounds. There's none of those things. And I think the dog's also missing. How did I say it? I think I said that the dog had just the top jaw, alopecia, and no front paws for this to be a dog attack, because there was no dog hair on any of his clothing either.
Did you have any injuries on the other side of your arm? So say, for instance, from the lower jaw?
Oh yeah. Those are the worst. Those are the ones that, the top part took a lot of the meat. The bottom ones are the ones that destroyed my tendons. And God. Yeah. And, I'm good now. I can move my hand. I'm about 70%. I'm working on moving my fingers independently so that I can type better. But much different. My brother, we had a horrible, bad luck. He got bit by a female German Shepherd. That was a house dog, not trained, probably about 7 months before I did. And his injuries are significantly different than John O'Keefe's as well. They're nowhere near the size of what mine were, because I got bit by a much larger dog.
Yeah.
But his consistent as well. It was 2 holes on the top, the ones in the middle, and then on the bottom he had the bottom jaw as well. And the dog bit and ran. It was in my brother's a contractor, and he was inside of a house, and one of the spouses of the house forgot that he was there and let their dog out. The dog came around the corner, bit him, and then ran away. Bit him in fear. My brother pulled away.
Do you have any pics?
I do. I can send that to you.
Yeah.
I'd like to see those.
Yeah, let me send that to you.
All right, Jules, I just realized that I probably made you go downstairs and up twice to just come back shortly. I'm sorry I inconvenienced you that way, but we were able to talk. I am assured not only are we on schedule, we are ahead of schedule. I understand tomorrow is supposed to be very hot. Court officers are concerned about how we're going to keep the fans and air conditioners going and be allowed to hear the witnesses. I've talked to the lawyers. Everybody's in agreement that because we're ahead of schedule, we give you tomorrow off. All right.
Oh, wow.
So,
Wow.
We won't be in session tomorrow. We will be in session Friday all day. So those same reminders, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, and read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. And be careful with your social media use. We'll see you on Friday.
All right.
Yeah, it's supposed to be 95 or up to 95
God.
degrees tomorrow. It's gonna be crazy hot here.
Oh wow.
That's it.
That's like Texas hot.
Yeah. He's down in Texas. He's like, that's
Yeah.
Man,
cold front.
that was
That's a
like
cold front.
that was like February. What are you talking about?
That's funny.
I sent you that image there, Kevin.
Oh, okay. By email?
Yeah.
Right, let me go get it.
So what do we think was accomplished today?
That there was some threats to a witness.
Jury's exit court, please be seated.
Oh.
Is there anything anybody needs to raise with me at this point?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
There is one outstanding motion. It's a motion for reconsideration.
It's denied. Okay. I just saw that was the one that was still outstanding. Okay. Thank you all. We'll see you Friday morning.
All right, so I forwarded it to you, Margaret. I'm not going to put it on the screen.
I gotta go
it's-
get my. I've
it's-
got to go
it's
get
not-
my phone.
It's not actually something that will tell us much about John O'Keefe's injuries. It is another,
Okay,
as
let me
seems
go
to
look.
be the case with Dan's family, that's another nasty dog wound, but it doesn't really shed much light on John's injuries. It's on looks like it's on the wrist here, or right where the hand, yeah, right on the bottom part of the hand, actually. Oh, no, there's two. There's like one of the hand and maybe from the other tooth on the wrist. So one, like you said, it's one bite, right, Dan?
Yeah.
So
yeah, it's one bite. It was a quick bite. My brother pulled away and the dog ran. You know, I know that somebody's saying, like, how do we know that he was standing up? Well, if he was on the ground, even the defense's witness said that some of the scratches or abrasions were because he pulled away. I mean, how's he doing that on the ground?
Right.
Those type of things. And again, I think that she changed the direction in which where the scratches were going and starting at one point. And I think at one point she made it seem like in order for that to have happened, he would have had to have had the dog like in a headlock. And now she's changed it, but
I will bring it up on the screen, but just warning people, because
That's-
it does show us a little bit. There's one part of it that might be illustrative. So if you have a weak stomach, guys, just warning.
Yeah, I just saw it. Oh, well, you can't see it in that picture very well.
Yeah, it's not as right when you
The one you sent me,
right.
that's
Yeah, you can zoom in on it and
you need
see
to
the
brighten
muscle.
that up.
But see what is interesting to me, you do see that little scratch there that leads up to the wound. So there was discussion yesterday in court about what Hank was highlighting. Where does the wound begin and where does it end? Where did the tooth first make impact? So what would you suggest, Dan, here is where the tooth first made contact?
So, I mean, I would say on this situation here, probably on the inner side of the wrist, towards the middle. You know, also a lot of people are looking when they look at dog injuries and bites, they look at John's arm and then they go and compare it to somebody who's been cleaned up, somebody whose injuries are maybe even slightly starting to heal already or have healed.
They're still alive. Right.
John was gone, so his injuries would have been looking more like this if he was attacked by a dog.
See, let me refine my question a little bit. So just looking at the lower wound, which I'm assuming, let's say these are from two canine teeth. One canine tooth hit the hand, and the other canine tooth hit the wrist.
Correct.
So looking at the lower wound, where there's a scratch that leads up to that wound, so would the canine tooth have begun on that scratch as it's trying to find grip, and then dug into, so the beginning of the wound would be the top of that scratch, or is it the other way around? What do you think?
I think that's probably correct. If you look at the other wound, there's a kind of around the same area. There's somewhat a scratch there too. It's not as prominent as it going, towards that. But as you can see, you have wounds going in different directions. You have one wound going up his arm, and the other wound's going sideways. You don't
Right.
see that in John O'Keefe's injuries. There's nothing like that. There's nothing going the opposite direction. There's no intersecting scratches.
Right.
There's nothing that would intersect or anything like that.
Yeah, you're right. So it is kind of illustrative a little bit. I don't know if anybody's a boomer. You think this is interesting? Do you think this is illustrative at all? Does it tell us anything about John's?
I mean, it shows that dog attacks usually result in avulsions, and he didn't have them. Punctures, and he didn't, and John didn't have those either. Like Russell stated in the literature she was reading, the pattern recognition depends on the pattern having elements to make it a pattern to recognize. Avulsions, puncture marks, lacerations. All he has is superficial abrasion. So this just further shows that, that's what a dog does to you. They don't just abrade you. And when they, like, you can see that arm, it's not like the dog missed 6 times, right? If you're to assume that scratch leads into the bite or even leads out of the bite, it's one motion, right?
Yeah.
The pressure is either starting there or it's letting off there, right?
Right.
On John's arm, you would have to assume not only the jaw, the dog doesn't have a bottom jaw, not only that, but the dog can flip around like a propeller, right? Because it can bite and pull from top and bottom. It can do that all while completely missing one proper lock of the jaw. It doesn't happen. Right. I mean, that's a cursed yet magical dog that can fly around in that fashion, but it's a useless dog if you're trying to use it to protect your life. I mean, it can't get one hold in all those scratches. This
right. It managed to like you're saying, it managed to make 6. It managed to 6 times because Hank counted 6, so it made 6 times. It managed to get its jaws onto it, but none of them did it come even close to getting a lock.
And this picture right here, it doesn't look like there was a lot of missed attempts.
Yeah,
nature's pretty, efficient.
Right.
So.
And at the end of the day, people, there's no canine DNA. This
Bingo.
It's just, I can't believe they're going there.
But yet this pig DNA, Jen, and that could be from a dog snack.
Maybe it was man bear pig, right? Like, who knows? Who knows?
Maybe the dog brushed his teeth before it had a snack, and this
there
one
you go.
It had no DNA in it.
That's right.
Michael Proctor brushed his teeth for him.
Yeah, that's funny.
Man, now we're getting to the bottom of it. That's some speculation I can get on with. That's right.
Yeah, your wound is a lot deeper.
That too. Yeah.
I mean, look at it; it's so much deeper.
This is Daniel's brothers. Daniel's wound was actually even worse than this. Daniel's wound was much worse than this.
Yeah, my wound, I lost quite a bit of meat and stuff like that.
Wow.
Yeah, no, mine. I got bit by a 130-pound XL bully, and so it was a much bigger dog. The injuries were the same. I had the 2 punctures and the bottom, the same stuff. But the thing is, because of the size of the dog and the size of the teeth, there was so much damage. They had to clean it all up in between and take out the damage in between the teeth, and that's why I'm missing so much of my arm. But yeah, it sucks. But the dog was going actually after my wife, and I prevented something worse happening. And so I would definitely do it again if needed, or be in that situation. But yeah, to say that John O'Keefe, that those are dog bites or German Shepherd bites, that's ridiculous. I have a friend of mine who is was a homicide detective. Now he's very up high in his department, the highest that you can get. And I asked him, I sent him pictures, and he was like, "There's no way that's from a German Shepherd." And he's said, could it be? I didn't tell him anything else about the case. I didn't tell him who it was. I didn't tell him that it was an automobile or any of those things. I just said, "Hey, does this look like this could come from a German Shepherd?" He said no. He's like, maybe a small animal. And so he was talking about maybe perhaps there could have been an animal involved, but he had no idea of anything else. But definitely not a large dog or a German Shepherd. I then explained to him about that it was a motor vehicle accident, and he was like, "Well, there should be some broken bones and things of that nature." Then I kind of showed him the back of the head, because I went in pieces. I didn't give it to him all at once. And showed him the back of the head, showed him the eyes, and he said right away, "Oh, that's because the brain bounced." And he said that's because somebody either he fell down, got knocked down, and then I said, if he got hit and it was a glancing blow and he fell down and that was the only thing that really happened to him, could that, and I explained to him the frozen ground, could that have caused something like this? And then he was like, oh yeah, this is definitely what it is. And then he got intrigued. He looked at it. He looked at the behavior of Karen Reed. And one of the things that he talked about was her behavior before, during, and after the incident. Before the incident, her behavior that led to, criminal behavior, or the fact that, elements of the crime was her vindictiveness, her reaching out to like Higgins. To me, that shows quite a bit. Higgins, he's a federal agent. John O'Keefe is a police officer. In my opinion, as a former police officer, I thought and looked at federal agents as a tier above where a state or local city police officer was, similar to where the city officer versus a state police officer. I felt that the state officer was above. And you also have the fact that they were friends, or at least friendly, Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe, to the point where Brian Higgins had his phone number to text him that night. And so she's reaching out to his friends and somebody who's of higher status in his employment. And that shows a lot of vindictiveness to me. There was the action and the behavior during the crime, the calls, the reversing, the data that comes from the phones, etc. And then after the fact as well, what she said to the O'Keefe family, just remember the bad times, what happened with the defense, etc. As far as them saying this was no intent, this was an accident, and then kind of changing the story. And then obviously her story continuing to develop as evidence comes out, her story changes. So he went from 100% not knowing anything to just kind of looking at the evidence of it, came to the same ending result as I did. But yeah, I think it's all pretty clear in my opinion. Sorry if I rambled too much there.
Oh, that's fine.
That's okay. So we have no court tomorrow. And I'm hearing that defense might actually wrap things up Monday.
Wow.
So I don't know if that's true or not. But so all we got left is ARCA and I guess the data guys, Rich Green.
Richard Green, yeah.
So Dan, if I heard you right,
up Monday. Wait, we do have Friday, so we have a full day Friday. Yeah.
Full day Friday, yeah.
What you're saying is, Dan, is
maybe.
that Higgins trained an attack raccoon? Did I hear you right?
It's possible. You didn't see his moves in the bar? It's trainer moves.
Yeah.
That's what I figured.
I won't be here Friday morning. I'll try to be here Friday afternoon, but Kate's going to be running things Friday morning. I'll be on the road.
No problem.
So, right on. But everybody will be here. I'll make sure John's not in court this week, so I'll make sure he gets the invite, and anybody else you guys think should be on the panel. But it's been a good panel. I thank everybody for being here. And so unless anybody has something else they want to add, we'll see everybody Friday.
Sounds good.
I'm good.
Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you, Kevin.
Everybody.
Thank you,
guys.
everybody.
All right.
Nice to meet everyone.
We'll see you all.